What are we on? Day 137, and hopefully, fingers crossed, no audio problems today. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. All right, how are y'all doing? What is today? Today's Wednesday. Happy hump day. What you got in your cup? I got my this is an espresso over no ice. This is just espresso and almond milk. Foamed almond milk. Foamed almond milk. I see ones. All right, we did it finally. Are y'all ready to jump on in? Let's get into the YSL trial. Lil D is on the stand today. Let's see what debauchery we have. Brian Steele is cross-examining him. We will catch up in real time. And because I'm me, we have TiVo time. So the benefit of you watching with your girl is that we can skip through lunch. Let's jump on in. Let me know what y'all got in your cups this morning as you file in. Do not forget to hit the button, the like button.
15, true?
Like early morning.
Okay. So it's the next day.
Yeah, like 4, 5 in the morning, something like that.
Okay. So it's Sunday. And if you don't remember the date, just I don't remember. Sunday, January 11, 2015, right?
I don't know exactly what day it was.
All right. And you knew it was already discussed and you were going. You knew that Jeffrey Williams was performing in the state of Florida.
That's the only reason I ended up there, because everybody was getting ready to go.
And the position is people who wanted to go to watch him perform met at his house and they go in vans to the state of Florida. Isn't that true?
Yes.
That was all prearranged, right?
Yes.
There's none of this. Let's get Sprinter vans immediately to get out of town, right?
No, I don't think you get a sprint van that late at night. You probably had already booked it or something.
Okay, well, don't speculate, but you know that you had to be there at a certain time to leave, right?
Yeah, I think I got there at 4 or 5. We left like probably 6. So yeah. Okay.
Now, Jeffrey wasn't at his Sky House condo the whole time you were there. Isn't that true?
No, he wasn't.
He left, right?
Yeah, he had already left before us, like that.
Okay, and he left with his sister Dora. Do you know who Dora is? And if you don't, just say I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
You went to school with Dora?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeffrey had already gone, and people remained in his Sky House condominium to go to Florida, right?
Because we the best living life.
Now, did Jeffrey, when you said you acted normal, tell the jury whether you told the police this on August 5, 2015 and March 3rd, 2017, that Jeffrey was concerned and questioned, why would someone kill Nut? Do you remember that?
I told him that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because Jeffrey was friends with Donovan Thomas, right?
For my knowledge, yeah.
No matter what you were doing, no matter what Demekian Garlington was doing, no matter what Kenneth Copeland doing, Jeffrey still performed with Rich Homie Quan going into January 2015. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You saw Jeffrey.
Brian's going in. We're starting off hot, okay? Shout out to YSL Steel. And while we're on the topic, speaking of people coming in hot, shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. This is a YouTube content creator channel. They have 3 people that operated, 3 strong Black brothers that every weekend they sit down and they talk about real life issues. This is a content creator supporting content creators. That is amazing. If you just got a membership, then they're being distributed right now from Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Please say thank you to this team. They are doing their thing on YouTube. And if any of the mods are in the chat, feel free to drop their link. Let's jump on in because Brian Steele is cooking. He is defending Young Thug. And he's like, Lil D, tell us how. Tell us how, Lil D. Young Thug was focused on protecting you guys when he's on tour and he's working. Tell us where there's Rico. And let's make Miss Love, who is in white today. We're going to be nice today. She is in white today. We are going to see how many objections she has, all of those things. Reminder, hit the like button. Thank you again to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. I'm going to get our polls going, all of that. Really excited to be here on this hump day. Let's keep going.
And Rich Homie Quan together, if you were there, were you in Florida? Let me ask this first. Forget what I said. Were you in Florida going into New Year's of 2015? So it's December 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of 2014 striking into New Year, January 1, 2015? Do you remember if you were in Florida?
I don't remember exactly like.
All right. Okay. But you saw in Florida Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together, right?
Yeah, they had like couple shows back to back in Florida.
And you went to them, right?
I went like 1 or 2.
All right. And this is after the, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, true?
Yes.
And from your observation, Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey, although maybe sad, they were getting along, right?
I mean, I told them everything was still like normal. Like,
No matter what was going on with you or other people and drive-by shootings, that had nothing to do with Jeffrey from your vantage point. Is that true?
no.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
How many other people do you personally know, have the notoriety, that's a bad word, are as well known as Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many people from your neighborhood
objection,
besides
counsel.
Jeffrey are well-known musical artists like him?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about a performer known as Dwayne Carter. He performs by Lil Wayne, okay?
Yes.
You know his music?
Some of it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
All right. From your observation, does Jeffrey like his music?
Objection, speculation. Foundation.
Overruled.
He love it.
I can't hear you.
He love it.
Jeffrey loves Lil Wayne's music. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. And you knew this back in 2009 when you met Jeffrey, or 2008, whatever the year is. True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what the word idolize? You know what that word means?
Like look up songs.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that something how you would describe Jeffrey with Lil Wayne?
Most definitely.
All right. Now you were asked by the detectives on August 5, 2015, as well as by the DA's office and the detectives on March 3rd, 2017, about the shooting of the tour bus of Lil Wayne. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams knew that that tour bus would be shot before it was shot?
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey ordered, asked for? If I'm losing you with my word, just say I'm confusing you. I'm not trying to. The shooting of that bus.
No.
Okay. Do you have any information that Jeffrey was fond of, was happy that that bus got shot?
No.
Cook, Brian,
In
cook.
fact, Jeffrey was the opposite, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Jeffrey was upset that that happened?
Objection, Your Honor. It would still be speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk with you about, remember Lawyer Love asked you questions about Free Roscoe?
Yes.
Ooh,
You know what I'm talking about?
ooh, he's going back to Lawyer Love. Brian is on one this morning. I'm surprised. Brian is already on one. He called her Lawyer Love. Now, if you guys remember, during the break in the summertime, around July, where it was just a bunch of motions and Judge Whitaker was getting assigned to the case, Brian, in his legal documents, was so upset with the unprofessionalism that he saw from the DA's office that he stopped calling her ADA Love or DA Love, the Honorable Love. He is now calling her Lawyer Love. He started off hot, guys. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Okay. And Roscoe, do you know his given name, Jimmy Winfrey?
I
Do you-
don't know his real name.
I can't hear you.
I don't know his real name.
All right. I'm going to call him Roscoe for now. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that you're aware that he pled guilty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember speaking with law enforcement, specifically Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting on August 5, 2015?
Yeah, I remember.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And is it true that you told them that you didn't think that Roscoe did the shooting?
Yes.
And is it true that Detective Dennis immediately told you that he agrees?
Yes.
And that's on the recording of August 5, 2015. It might be on March 3rd, 2017 as well, but it's on the recording, right?
I guess.
Okay. But it was discussed during your recorded interviews with the police, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember explaining?
Your Honor, I think we need to approach before Mr. Steele gets
All right.
into this line of question.
Already. She's on one. All right, so it looks like they approached a few minutes in. Luckily, we can skip all these bench conferences now. And that is a very long coat. I mean, it's kind of cute, but you never know. Y'all said it was a butcher's jacket. People don't like when I comment on her clothes, apparently. So we're gonna do it anyway. Boop, 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 boop. That was a long bench conference. Look at it. Super long bench conference. All right, let's come back over here.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on back up.
Dug in his own green today, King Schleim in a Schleim green. That's a better green. That is a much better green. Like forest green looks really, really good on his skin tone. I love how that looks.
Now, are you aware the early morning hours of Sunday, January 11th, 2015, to orient you, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is shot the evening before, okay?
Yes.
So you go to Jeffrey's home at the Sky House, okay? That's what I'm locking in on.
Yeah.
Right. And at that time, were you aware that Jeffrey had several residences in Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. He had other condominiums with an S. Is that true?
Yeah.
Do you know what a condominium is? And if you don't, high-rise apartments. Okay, condo. There you go. Okay. And when you were asked by Lawyer Love that after the killing of Donovan Thomas was known that Jeffrey acted normal. Remember I asked you about that a little bit ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see a social media post by Jeffrey about Donovan Thomas that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did it give Jeffrey's heartfelt condolences?
Sustained.
Let me show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 265. Okay? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokumo approach Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
The state has already, but would you do me a courtesy, just show it to the state again? Mr. Kokumo is going to come to you, Mr. Zachary. He's going to approach you, okay?
Okay.
He's going to show you something. Don't say what it is. Just tell us if you recognize it, if you know what it is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take that one. Can you show it? It's not there. It's not. It was given to you guys, is what I should have said.
Oh, it's a sidebar. A sidebar. I love that. Get love, give love. I love that. We might have to use that over here. We need a sidebar.
I saw it before, but what you mean recognize? I saw the picture before.
this is a bad word. Listen, I apologize. I apologize. And do that. Just tell me I'm using bad words, okay? Have you seen that social media item that's now marked? It's marked in an exhibit. Have you seen that before?
I saw the picture, yeah, the picture before.
Okay. And were you present at the time that picture was taken, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know who's in that picture?
Objection, Your Honor. One, I would ask the exhibit number again and
265.
thank you, and the relevance of who is in the picture. And I would ask that the witness, given his former statements, his previous testimony, not be allowed to talk about, not be allowed to display through his testimony what the exhibit is until it's admitted.
Just asked you to know who's in the picture.
Just answer, do you know who it is? Don't say who it is if you do know.
Yes.
Okay. And when have you seen that picture before?
Yeah, a minute ago.
Well, a minute ago could be a long time ago or a short time ago.
Long time ago.
Okay.
Be more
And is it accurate? Accurate may be a bad, is it the same from your memory? Is that the same picture that you saw a long time ago?
The picture, yeah, the picture, yeah.
Chris Kringle entering the
Your
chat.
Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 265.
Your Honor, just 1 second, please. So this, I think the court should look at the exhibit and the picture itself only. The state has no objection to.
I'm looking at the exhibit as it was shared in the Dropbox link, and it's not just the picture.
We'll redact the other items.
Okay. Is that the only objection?
Cropping out, not just Mr. Kokomo indicated, cropping out the comments. I mean, redacting every word, just leaving the picture.
I'm going to leave the date, Your Honor.
He didn't say that he saw.
So foundational objection.
Foundational objection, thank you.
Sustained.
Did you notice the date on that social media picture when it was shown to you?
No, I ain't see the date. I
Okay, Your
saw
Honor.
14.
One more time.
I saw 2014.
Year 2014 is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
He's going to come to you one more time, okay?
Oh,
He'll show
wow.
you, he's going to point out he's not going to say anything, just going to point out the date. Okay.
Kokomo's coming back up. Friendly
And then
reminder,
my question will be,
hit the like button.
did you see this social media posting around that date? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
You have to tell me.
One more time.
You will have to tell me the word.
He doesn't know the word. Your Honor, is that okay if Mr. Kokomo can just pronounce that word for him in his ear?
On the date?
And Your Honor, if, when the court deems it appropriate, if we could just hear the question again, was it, has he seen the post? I didn't catch that.
Do you remember, and if you don't, just say I don't recall. Do you remember seeing that photo on social media around the date that says on it?
Around that year, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams exhibit number 265.
What was his answer? I couldn't hear it. We all need you to speak into the mic.
Around that year, yes.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that objection?
Foundation. The
Overruled.
relevance, given that he said around that year.
Oh,
He
we
saw the
mentioned-
photo, so the date is,
I mean, that's a very broad year. It's 12 months long. So I don't think there's enough foundation for the date to come in at this point.
That's fine. Your Honor. Okay, let me ask you about this. I want to talk to you about the rental car. It's an Infiniti G35, okay?
Yes,
You know cars? Are you familiar with cars?
yes,
You like cars?
yes,
All right. And you were physically inside that rental car, right?
yes,
And the only information you know about that rental car comes from Kenneth Copeland, true?
yes. I told him I never saw nobody else in the car but him.
And Kenneth Copeland driving the car, right?
Yes,
Do you ever, it doesn't matter, I guess, there may be a relevant objection, but did you ever drive that rental car?
no.
And who's the last person that you ever saw with that rental car?
I went to the studio that night and Copeland still had the car.
Okay. And the car we're talking about, just tell the jurors what car, if you remember.
The Infinity.
What color was it? If you remember, if you don't remember, just say.
I don't remember what color it was.
And did Kenneth Copeland tell you that Jeffrey rented the car for him?
That's what he didn't say. He just told me that he had got the car and it was running.
Did he tell you who he got the car from?
Yeah, he said Jeffrey.
At that time in 2015, did you know anybody else in your group besides Jeffrey who could rent a car?
No.
Now, you were asked by police about Jeffrey breaking ties. I mean, that's a wrong word. That's bad. Jeffrey not speaking anymore with Kenneth Copeland after a couple months into 2015. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. And by June of 2015, you're aware that, if you are, that Jeffrey doesn't speak with Kenneth Copeland. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the police said to you, and that's because Kenneth Copeland went to the police on January 11th, 2015, shortly after Donovan Thomas's killing. Do you remember that?
You said that what they
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Don't speculate. The police discussed that with you. That was what they told you, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Jeffrey separated because all of the, I'm not going to
Yeah.
use a word, but all of the things that Kenneth Copeland just brings with himself?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey did the same with you, right?
I had to end up
Objection
getting,
vague. Did the
Sustained.
Well, you already said that Jeffrey didn't have any, or you didn't have any contact with Jeffrey after about April
I
2000.
started getting in trouble
I'm
around that
sorry,
time.
I can't hear you.
I started getting in trouble around that time.
And what happened, Jeffrey?
I ain't saying no more.
Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey was in favor of Kenneth Copeland shooting at people? Do you have any
objection,
information?
that would call for speculation.
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey was in favor of you shooting at any houses or people?
He never knew what nobody did. I told him.
Until it was over, you said?
Not even like the shootings. Like he ain't probably didn't even know about them.
Okay. All right. You want me to have a second?
Yes.
Don't say what it is yet. Don't say if you know about it. But did you ever hear in March 2015, in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to this year, 24, do you ever hear Rich Homie Quan discuss his relationship with Jeffrey?
Yes.
There may be a hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. There's a relevance objection and there would be a hearsay
I
objection.
think it's irrelevant, but
And there would be a hearsay objection, but it's not relevant unless you can get into it. So we would ask.
Sustained as to hearsay.
by 2015, if you know, did Jay do work with Rihanna? Do you know who Rihanna is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You told the jury that you would go over to Jeffrey's condominium about 10 times a week. You realize you said that?
But as I was saying, like, we might leave and go to the store.
I can't hear you.
Once you get there, you probably leave and go to the store, go get something to eat, something like that. So that's why I said in and out 10 times, bro.
From
Courtroom volume always sucks, guys, but a few of you guys have asked me to turn it up, and I just did that.
Jeffrey's schedule, do you even know? Do you know that you were at his house? How many times you were at his house in 2015 till you were arrested? Do you really know?
Not that in 2015, not that much.
I can't hear you.
In 2015, not that much.
When were you talking when you said 10 times?
Like I was saying, like when he's there, like as in coming there, count that, leaving and going and get something to eat and coming back, count that, stuff like that. That's what I would count.
When Jeffrey's around?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he traveled a lot?
Yes.
2013, 14, and 15.
Yes.
Do you know when Jeffrey moved out of the Cleveland Avenue area? And if you don't, just say, I don't know the year.
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you were asked about
No spoilers, guys.
your good friend, I believe you're close with, you said, what I call Mr. Sledge. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Goes by Moontomb, right?
Yes.
All right. And that is true that you're very close with him, right?
Yes.
To this day,
No, I've been locked up. I told you that.
since you got out?
No, I ain't been around nobody.
Okay. He was given a title. Do you know what title that was? I'm going back to 2014 and 15 to work with the record label, YSL.
Yes.
Do you remember the title? And if you don't, just say,
Yeah.
What was it?
Security.
One more time.
Security.
Okay. And do you know whether there were other people, do you know, who were actually also doing the security and trying to teach Mr. Sledge?
Yeah, like bodyguards and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like bodyguards and stuff. That what you mean? Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Like bodyguard.
Okay.
Bodyguard.
Yeah, bodyguard, security. That's right. And were you aware that there were other people training Mr. Sledge on how to look for bodyguards? Were you aware? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Like telling him stuff like
Yeah.
what to do and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Sledge had no experience, right?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sledge given an opportunity to learn, though, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever offered a job?
It's not like I will offer the job. It's just if you dare help out.
One more time.
If you dare help out.
Okay. And you did that with merchandise, right?
Whatever. If I go get whatever I go get
food.
Get done. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into unless you want to, but
Just turned it down.
you mentioned several times illnesses. You
Yes.
didn't feel well. And on Friday, when you came here the first time to testify before this honorable jury, you were wearing a jail uniform. You remember that?
Yes.
And you had certain types of cotton or bandages on your body that were visible. Do you remember that?
Band-Aids. Yes.
All right. And you came from the hospital. True.
Yes.
And you've been battling this health issue since you were born. Is that true?
Yes.
And your health issue is something documented, right?
Yes.
And it's serious.
Yes. Very.
Now, you you had you were called to this courthouse on around January 10th and 11th of 2023, a year before this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you came from Augusta, Georgia area. Is that true?
Caroline. Oh,
Sustained.
Do you remember Lawyer Love?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to this entire line of conversation about previous appearances by this witness.
Goes to bias.
I don't know what it's gonna be.
I could tell you.
Your Honor, could we approach him?
Yes.
Improperly.
Let's take our morning break.
Please, we have Evo time.
Just signed it, right?
It's like they're going back before they take.
Would y'all still need to approach or just put it on the record?
We don't need to approach.
Okay, the jury is taking a break. They're gonna stay back.
Your Honor, ma'am. Okay. Judge, I believe,
No, I'll get out of your way.
Your Honor, I believe that the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is going to get into is one that he has attempted to raise previously with the court's predecessor. Mr. Steele announced on the record that he wanted to bring in Mr. Zachary's lawyer to prove that I had committed prosecutorial misconduct. Mr. Steele represented that that witness would tell the court that I told Mr. Zachary he was going to get arrested if he did not come on that particular day. I'm aware of, I know for a fact when there's the questioning about that appearance that Mr. Zachary made earlier in this trial, I know who it was that said what. In other words, Mr. Steele represented a falsehood to the court. I had not told him he was going to get arrested. I didn't say anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, only his attorney spoke to him while I was on the phone. And so when Mr. Steele says to the court that it goes to bias, I would ask for a proffer from Mr. Steele about what he intends to ask this witness and the relevance of it.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it was January 10th, going into the 11th, 2023, and Ricky Richardson represented Mr. Zachary. Ricky Richardson called me and told me that the state had subpoenaed Mr. Zachary. He was in Augusta, and he was sick, and that lawyer Love, Miss Love, told him that he has to come, Mr. Zachary has, or more members of the DA's office have to come and meet with Miss Love at her office. Otherwise, the predecessor judge will lock him up. He was asking me, are there any witnesses coming to court that day? I said, no, we were barely in jury selection, which started on January 4th, 2023. When Mr. Zachary was testifying, he stated that you don't want my father to come to Miss Love. He stated he to me shut down on questionings to Miss Love. So it looks like he somehow now he's answering questions on cross-examination. And I want to bring out the fact that he does not trust the state. He said he wouldn't take medicine from them. He didn't trust them. Miss Love asked him a question. He said, you don't want me to tell you, let the truth come out. And I believe that's what he's getting to. So he did come from Augusta. He missed his job. He missed his medical appointment, drove all the way here. And I was told that by Ricky Richardson that the father met him here and that the father through was angry And then the DA's office let him go. That's what I was told. I'm going to ask him his opinion. It goes to his bias. Why was he acting that way on direct examination? That's what I'm going to ask him.
All right, I don't see you can ask him if he, likes the state or something, but we don't need to get into all of the back and forth behind it.
I was going to ask him then why. When he answers yes or no, I was ask him why. Why do you have that feeling?
Well, you can ask him that.
Okay, then that suits me. Thank you, Your Honor.
So as long as there's not that specific line of questioning that was presented early and it's just how do you feel about the state and why, then I don't have any further objections.
All right. I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but okay, we'll just see what he says.
And Your Honor, I'd also just wanting to make the record clear, with respect to anything that Mr. Steele is representing, Mr. Richardson said, I would ask that he not be allowed to backdoor that. If he wants to call Mr. Richardson as a witness, that's fine. But to get into Mr. Zachary's feelings about something Mr. Richardson said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said.
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zachary. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena. And I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call or he would have to be here until it was time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you. Mm-hmm. Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's take bathroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so they took a bathroom break, skipping all of that, and we're coming back. Oh, it's a long bathroom break. Very long bathroom break. Man, oh man, this is a very long bathroom break. Okay, here we go. They are back. And
I did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talking to the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording. And if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters. We could just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm hearing that we may be able.
Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come
Okay.
here.
And so what would be the point of showing it
For the
or
same-
playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he was asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word that he uses often, intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Sharp brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days was a
Mhm.
lot of, I don't remember, even before the
yeah.
question was posed. You know, it's
Clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They
There you
didn't
go.
ultimately treat him that way, but
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on and I trust him, that's his answer. I'm
okay,
not
well,
really.
I don't know how he,
Yeah.
as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I would be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
That's it, just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said, I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may
Yeah.
harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was
And
asking.
I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but it's come through. So if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena or something you looking for us?
Who is
I
this?
know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for?
Who is this?
You know what you're doing is illegal, right?
Who is this?
It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarius right here on the phone.
Okay.
I want to know what's your problem, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Now listen.
Your son asked the question.
I'm
He had a-
calling Brian Steele.
Call whoever you like, sir.
I'm calling Sharp.
Call
I
whoever
wanna know
you
what's
like.
your problem.
Call
What's your
whoever you
problem?
like, sir. Call whoever
Okay, so
you
what's
like.
your issue?
Call whoever you like, sir.
We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to?
I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So
Okay, so what we meeting up for?
you tell me where you like to meet at, sir.
Okay, what's the issue? What we meet? What do we meeting up for?
Sir, I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to your son.
He right there, he listening.
Okay, all right. So what would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary?
You got one or subpoena.
I have a warrant for your
For
arrest.
what? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant somebody in the hospital?
Sir,
How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital?
sir,
Right.
Can I see, who is your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
May I please know who your supervisor is, sir?
Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son?
Police. You know
Are your son?
you can't deny.
Are your
You
son?
know you can't deny me.
Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary.
You know you can't deny
Mr.
us the
Zachary.
right to speak to your superior.
Okay. So I just take it. So I get, I get, I get,
violate the law.
sir.
You gonna violate the law.
Okay.
chasing these folks,
So,
and you gonna
Mr.
have your
Zachary,
ass locked up,
so
and they
Mr.
gonna put a
Zachary,
suit against
so
these
Mr.
folks.
Zachary,
And you know you
please
breaking
let
the
your
law.
son know
You know you
I have a
breaking the
warrant
law.
for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest.
Call out to the one officer that I called to the sheriff out.
What
You
call?
don't have shit. You lying.
That is an absolute
Send me a
falsehood.
copy of the- You
That's
send me
an
a copy of
absolute
the one.
falsehood.
Send me a
Absolute
copy of the
falsehood.
one, and
I'm
we'll
not
turn
gonna send you
ourselves in right
anything.
now.
I'm not gonna send you anything,
Your
sir.
lying ass.
Right. Yo, lying ass. Okay, what are we listening to? This is a phone conversation. Sorry, my camera is focusing. This is a phone conversation between Lil D's dad and an investigator at the DA's office. Now, remember, they issued a warrant for Lil D's arrest. I think it was, and I'll restart this camera in a second, guys. This is bugging me. The arrest warrant was issued on September 9th, right? So that means, hey, we're putting a warrant out for Lil D's arrest. And he was in Augusta the whole time, but they were looking for him in Atlanta. So, you know, they're thinking that Lil D is evading his arrest when he just wasn't in town. Now, the dad calls the investigator. I don't know how he got his phone number, but he calls them and he's just like, hey, listen, how are you going to arrest somebody that's in the hospital? His dad is actually defending Lil D. And he's going back and forth with the investigator. The investigator's just cutting him off. He's like, I have a warrant. I have a warrant. Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary's trying to get his attention. But here's the thing. He's honest. He's like, hey, like y'all are violating my son's rights. How are you going to arrest somebody that's in the hospital? It doesn't make sense. Right. So we're listening to that exchange going back and forth. The dad is really advocating for his son right now. This is brought to the attention of Brian Steele. And this phone call was recorded and Miss Love has brought it, to the court's attention. So we're listening to that because she is trying to evade, this whole idea of prosecutorial misconduct that Steele had mentioned. He's just like, hey, let's talk about this portion, because if anything, I want to put Lil D's attorney on the stand to talk about the health thing, right? And so Ms. Love does not want the attorney on the stand. She thinks that this recording is sufficient. So let's go back and listen to it. It's a little hard, but I will pause or at the end of it and at least break down what we heard. Let's go back in.
I'm not gonna send you anything.
I promise you one thing. We got attorneys and your ass gonna be in jail for this. What you doing? And you know this is illegal. You know this is illegal.
Good.
You see this man in the hospital, you need to come to the hospital. And you gonna come to the hospital. I guarantee you. I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today.
Real good.
I guarantee you.
Real good.
Who is your supervisor?
Good.
Can I please have your supervisor number?
Sir.
Can I please have your supervisor number?
Sir.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna continue to have you talking to me.
Bro. I don't know who you think you're playing with. You breaking all kind of law.
Listen.
His probation officer
Your
already
son.
told us you breaking the law. His
Your
probation
son.
officer already told
Your
us
son.
you breaking the law.
Your son.
You breaking the
Is
law.
your son unwilling to meet?
You breaking the law.
Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me?
Do you know? We'll turn ourselves in. We coming to the county jail. We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday, or we'll come to the Fulton County jail.
Go to the Fulton County jail. Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going to the Fulton County jail. Or we coming to court.
Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going.
You unwilling to do that? Okay.
Hey,
Real good.
Hey, listen.
Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to get
Thank you.
what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I think we have a
Thank you.
now.
Thank
Oh my.
I'll object to playing that.
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. Don't.
Oh my God. Did you guys hear that? The end of the call ended with the father still trying to stand up for little D, like, hey, we're trying to work this out. Like, we'll meet you guys at the Fulton County Jail, but we prefer to go to court. But, who's your supervisor? Because my son's rights are being violated. I want to talk to somebody about this. Even if we have a lawyer, we have an attorney, and we have a private investigator. We're going to investigate y'all for even doing this to my son. And the investigator's like, thank you. Okay, you're not going to cooperate. Thank you. All I need to know. Thank you. Very unprofessional. Now, Brian's kind of chuckling there, and the judge just mentioned, hey, this doesn't make anybody look good. And then look at Miss Love's face over there. She wants to play this. She wants to play this. And I don't know if it's going to be in front of the jury, so I don't want to misspeak. But at the same time, Brian's like, if he's laughing. He's like, if this is played, I'm absolutely going to object to it. So let's go back in and see where we land.
I don't know why anybody would want to play that, but can we get the witness back in now and the jury?
Tell them, Ralph. Do men talk to men like that? That's probably why little D laughed. Like, you know why. You want to talk to my dad. Shout out to little D's daddy.
All right, for the jury.
This is a good point, Anthony.
All jury present, come back.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Miss Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember.
Oh, sorry. I was cooking too. Sorry, guys. Friendly reminder, hit the like button. We're about 400 short. If y'all could do that, get me to 2,000 within the next few seconds. That would be fantastic. I don't want to lock you out. High value women, exercise options. That's what I was saying. And I can exercise that option. Just give me the 2,000. Next 60 seconds. But let's go back in as Brian is approaching the end of his cross.
Like, probably.
Okay. You were also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. You said you were not feeling well.
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
The question was, isn't it true
Just
that you admitted
Whoa.
that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, while associated
Media as well, if you know, what, you know what number? 14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
Something
Right,
just
it's
happened
14
on
seconds to 20
Prime
seconds.
Feed. I'm gonna bring it all the way back. Something just happened. Yeah, it's showing that it's now 32 minutes behind. So I'm gonna bring us back to the beginning. That means they probably cut something. Am I still on mute? I'm not. Okay. It means they probably cut something from this morning's stream. So I'm gonna bring us back to the beginning and start this again.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I mean, how I felt at the moment. Shit, like they were gonna kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean,
I can't
not
hear
that
you.
I know, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember seeing, you personally seeing, or even doing that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No,
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you
and
remember? I'm sorry.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen that from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you had discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Ms. Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No,
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
no.
With regards to your tweet, and it is state's exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and it is state's exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, it's the one that says it's not 471. It's the one that says.
See Rico yet, Ralph? Where's he at? See with little Mike and Quez?
Yeah, but no, this Hilton said it's not. Cash money, young.
Bars, Brian, bars. Yes. For those complaining about the volume, I've turned it up to the max. Mine is adjusted. Steele is not speaking into the mic. That is what's happening. I got you. Hang on.
What's the situation?
I have a display, an exhibit that was introduced,
Right.
and I have that it says just beginning cash money,
But
young
that,
money.
Your Honor, the number he listed was 471.
472, right? 472Y. That's what
Maybe.
you said.
I said 471 though.
Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard you say 472, but I don't know if that's
From another source.
it or not. Anyway, there is a 471 also. That's an Instagram post. Both of those are in. Could you not find it?
We can't. That's what we're
Okay,
looking
well,
for.
Oh, that might be 47. Yeah,
He's,
I centered one and it was admitted.
oh,
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I was given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2 or Carter 1 on.
Okay.
Oh,
We're going to show you and let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay?
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams number 264. Can Mr. Kokomo approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes.
good point, Devon. There were a lot of victims. Black Lady Love. I think that's his is more cream.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And is that a Lil Wayne song?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 264, and then specifically, once it's oriented, if it's admitted, play for the jury the track that, the time that I'm going to announce.
And the state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not
Y'all use-
disputing that, so we
and some of-
object to that as relevant, on relevance grounds.
Okay, you're just playing that one
Yeah.
line. All right, it's submitted.
And Mr. Kokomo, before you play, just announce the time on the song, if you don't mind, that will be played for the jury. And Mrs. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said,
Yes.
and the song is called The Mob?
Yes.
Okay. Mob, Miss Winfrey is MOBB. What? You know what number? 14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds. Your Honor, it's 14 seconds to
All
20
right.
seconds.
Thank you.
If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 471Y, what you wrote, okay?
Young money, motherfuck the other side. They can fuck with us if they won't. I bring them homicide. Word to my.
That's it.
I love that we can
Now,
listen to this in
You
court.
also asked about terms of slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it.
And slime.
Yes.
Okay. Is, to your knowledge, and Blatt, I think they asked you about Blatt. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I remember asking about it.
Are those terms in songs?
A lot of songs.
Okay, including Jeffrey's songs?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
Oh, I don't heard a lot of people say it.
Okay. It's part of the vernacular, that's a bad word, the vocabulary?
Yeah.
All right. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury in your own observation of life of the word slat or blat or slime that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness. It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to committing a violent crime. And it would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that. I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and District Attorney's Office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams,
Yes.
and the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association? Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
Okay.
it sounded like something Dennis to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, your personal, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang in any way?
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
In
the
any
last
way?
part?
It's the last part, but I could
The
repeat the
middle
whole
part.
question.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question?
Sure. From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No,
Vague, Your Honor, objection and vagueness.
Couldn't be more specific, I thought.
Overruled.
no, I think I told them that every time they asked.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I told them that. You're talking about who?
Yes, the police.
All right. And you're telling the jury.
Yes,
You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
yes,
Was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any violent manner?
no,
And you've been at Jeffrey's home without Jeffrey being there.
yes.
Mr. Zachary. You were close with in 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes,
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
yes,
And I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
yes,
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
yes,
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
it ain't what he wanted to say, is what he was telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
Okay. So, and you call that a play. You remember using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him in some bull jump. That's what he told me.
All right.
Woody had put him in some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time. I apologize.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull junk.
Yes,
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you, this is what Mr. Copeland is doing. And then Mr. Garlington told you that.
yes,
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to the
yes,
prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
nah,
All right.
Rico. It does.
Your Honor, can I just have a moment?
You may.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
no,
I don't have any other questions. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, what's your decision? All right.
All right, love up.
Redirect.
Direct. Yeah, because I need to get the timer ready. Gonna be some shenanigans. He does not want to talk to her. Look at his face. Here we go. Strap
Good
in.
morning, Mr. Zachary.
come on.
Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Thug, as you put it.
Yes,
And do you still consider yourself cool with Thug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him in like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
Just that.
I don't love nobody.
Okay. Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, cool, yeah, right. Well, I ain't seen him in over 10 years, probably.
And you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp whether you saw Shannon in the courtroom, and you said you couldn't see anyone in the courtroom.
Of course, he walks away from the mic.
Can I explain? Well, if y'all would have did y'all research with my health issues, it come with vision problems.
And that's what you said when Mr. Sharp asked you to, right?
Yes. I don't know if I said that, but I think I told him I can't see or something.
But you do know that Shannon is on trial in this case that you're testifying on.
What you mean?
You do know that this case that you're here telling the jury about has to do with Shannon, who is on trial for this case, right?
I know of what y'all gave me, like of that was I know like from just really learning from the last few days or so.
The question is, do you know that Shannon is on trial right now in this case that you're testifying?
Yes, I know now. Yes.
And you know that Yak is on trial right now.
I know now. Yes.
And you know that Thug is on trial right now, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Miss Love, could you use the microphone,
I
please?
think, well, she's got the lapel mic, but I think you might need to pin it up closer to your mouth, and we'll see if that works.
Oh,
Or
thank you.
turn it on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that would also help.
Well, that's good. They could tell Mike.
Okay. All right. And you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Moontoon already pled in this case, don't you?
I don't know that.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garlington, do you remember your answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me what Woody was trying to get him to run,
What Woody was trying to get him to run?
to say.
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Woody was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
Yes, he said he was trying to get him to say it to the police.
And was Garlington in jail or was he on the street when he told you what Woody was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in the holding tank going before we went to court. We got locked up together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting. And you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you said that Garlington had made Moontoon a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I don't think I said he made him a shooter.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moontoon that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him putting him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moontoon was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moontoon was doing something else?
I don't know what he said he was doing. I just know you put him on the scene.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Because he told us.
Who told you?
Garlington.
And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
The detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't remember what detectives, whatever detective was on that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about, or someone else's?
It was mine.
Okay. And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No,
What was it yours for?
gun, gang charge,
Was that the May?
May, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember all of them. I just remember like my lawyer telling me stuff like when they go to the side, he'll say something, they'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes,
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right?
yes,
All right. And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
all my life.
All right. Now, since when
We've
was
been
he?
knowing them all our life.
You've been knowing him all your life?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start representing you in cases in court?
When I first started catching cases, I had caught so many cases back to back, I don't remember.
Were they when you were 15 or younger or
Nah,
older?
18 and up, something like that.
18 and up?
Yeah.
All right. Is this before or after you got to know defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After.
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
Before them two cases,
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing you.
guns.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on direct that you always had a gun. Were you openly carrying guns?
What you mean by that?
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I got caught with them,
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around?
I don't remember. I just know I always had,
Say that.
I don't remember. I just know I always got caught with guns.
Okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Shart, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I didn't, but I knew Ricky when they called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When they called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but come to find out when I got back, he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that,
No, I'm saying like, I think from like 16, he had quit because I had called a federal case and went to the Fed. So he had quit because he didn't know how long I'm gonna be over there and stuff.
okay. So Mr. Richardson represented you on all of your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
Who
I
represented
think
you?
for a minute he was.
Okay. Yeah. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had when I played out, it wasn't Ricky no more.
All right. When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, we had paid him, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case. Everybody want to blame at me or something like that, he was saying.
Okay.
And my dad just, I
Got
guess,
someone else?
yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
Huh?
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Ricky about the case.
And did the case involve someone getting shot or shot at?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to put on the screen for State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, or the first count in that indictment that has been admitted. And what you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that, well?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set
I
up.
had to read it to me.
I need to read it to you?
You trying to make fun of me?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Do,
He told you he can't.
you don't want to look at it?
Yeah, you know,
What's the question?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony while associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of those acts?
yes.
All right. And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you heard that right.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea? Like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, because he was still on the street, I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay. So this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes.
All right.
All right, volume up.
And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about Defense Stillwell Exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to, or that you pled guilty to, on the screen. Now, in this case, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
You have to tell me.
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I don't remember. I just know at the end I ain't had Ricky.
Okay. All right, so did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I think he talked to the family or something like that.
Okay.
He probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right, all right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with?
I couldn't hear you.
Just, as an officer, it invades the province, I think.
Your Honor, and I think that by, on cross-examination, by saying certain things regarding what he knew and what was explained to him, and we understood that the door was opened for the state to inquire generally whether or not he spoke with his attorney about what he was charged with. It goes to what he said his understanding of the indictment was.
You can go ahead.
Well, I didn't do that. I don't know. I don't know
Your Honor,
that that was done.
I object to the commentary.
He's allowed to make objections.
So did you speak with your attorney about what you were charged with, what the state was alleging?
Yes.
All right. And so you knew then that you were admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never, in indictment, you read the whole indictment, description, whatever, it's never said nothing about YSL. You got YSL because of me. He was being around me.
Okay. So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
That what you said?
Ms. Levy said he can't read, so.
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Let me see what book it is. Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book and he turned to a page in this book and he put it in front of you and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago, and he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, from what I know, it was Chicago, and he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I was looking at the numbers. The numbers.
The numbers associated with the dates?
Let me see. Yes.
And in looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all on.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the
I'm
numbers.
looking at the numbers.
So what were the numbers telling you?
They say 315.
Okay.
God, her necklace is rubbing against the.
Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
You can't read.
When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you? Is that-
Yes.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No,
You did not.
no.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August 2015 interview. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah.
All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Rocks and oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now,
Was that, okay, was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
no,
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay. And when you went through those withdrawals, would you tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate?
A lot.
How?
Like stomach, head.
Okay.
I'm up with my stomach. I've been telling you, I'm dumb with the pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head,
Okay.
throwing up, but I ain't threw up because I ain't ate. I probably ain't ate in like 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I ain't
when
even
you,
taking my medicine.
You guys, he doesn't trust you.
and has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You have, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like, at first you asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes, first time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Because I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes,
Did we take you more than once?
yes,
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
no.
Okay.
I said at the time when you first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you?
Here's a quick observation. The reason why she's bringing this up is because she thought that coming out from him during Brian Steele's cross was damaging for the jury to hear. So she's trying to clean it up by showing, oh, okay, you were afraid of us. You know, like, didn't we try to help you? Didn't we offer to give you medicine? Didn't we offer to do all of these things? She's trying to clean up what came out during Brian's cross, which is, I mean, I think the damage is done because with the I don't recalls for the entire time that he's been on the stand with her in particular, and notice the demeanor is a little bit more chill today. Notice the angelic white. Notice what's going on here. We went from slime green yesterday to angelic white. Let's see how this goes.
You before then.
No.
Had I ever threatened you in any way?
Not, I don't, what you mean like threat, like tell me you gonna kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like
Nah.
that?
Nah.
Okay. So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked of you, did they?
What you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal on you, you said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headaches.
What questions? There was no question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and OxyContin, what were the three?
Xanax and oxycodone.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked of you, do
Yes.
they? They do? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis and later Thorpe and 2 federal agents?
What you mean like questions? Like,
You remember being interviewed?
yes, I'm saying like what you mean like did I understand the questions?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. So you did understand the questions that you were asked.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during those interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was in there the whole time, but yes.
Okay, now she's shifting to what came out during Max's cross yesterday. So during Max's cross yesterday, you remember that he was playing a lot of the interactions that Lil D had with the police, right? Mr. Sprinkle in the room, like, I think it was something about, it looks like I'm in the United Nations, something like that, right? Y'all remember that from yesterday. Now, so she's trying to clean it up because Max kind of mentioned, or at least he was trying to allude or pull out of Lil D. Lil D, you did recall. Lil D, you lied. You lied here, right? Let's pull up the next one. You lied here. Let's pull up the next one. You lied here. But also, you said to Miss Love that you didn't remember or you didn't recall. But that's not true, is it? Max did a good job at the start of his cross yesterday getting that out. This is what she's currently trying to clean up right now. So this is the art of redirect and cross-examination. She's doing, this is a better, I'll be honest, this is a better redirect that I've seen from her in recent days. But let's see how it goes, because now that we're able to articulate what she's cleaning up, it seems like she's at least cleaning up her strategy, wearing the Mr. Clean jacket. Let's go back in. We went from slime green to Mrs. Clean.
Thank you. And you talked with detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
Yes.
And during that time that you talked with detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
I think so.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times more than one time that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Probably.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you, talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said, no, Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, you talking about the video, aren't you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about Trivia. Remember?
Yes.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Woody was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about Woody getting jumped on the days before, something like that.
Okay. All right. So you remember talking to him about Woody getting jumped on days before
Yes.
Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know what day.
How many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Woody getting jumped at Club Crucial?
I don't remember how many times.
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined or something. I don't know. More.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember, so you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so.
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get it.
I said stuff you said in the club. He stayed in something in the clubs. So
The week before Donovan Thomas got murdered,
he stayed in something in the club.
do you personally know of more than one time when he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jump, no.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
I think so. I don't
Okay.
remember.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
Nah, I don't think it was Shannon. I think it was Moonton.
You think it was Moontown? Yak swung on Bloody J too?
Nah.
Yak didn't swing on him?
No.
But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial, Thug, when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right? Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Voodoo was getting jumped on, so they just the reaction.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't to get no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Voodoo had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, And then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because of the money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, didn't nobody walk back to the door and get him.
Huh? Say that.
Didn't nobody walk back to the door and then or back in the club to get him.
Okay,
He walked on his own.
okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you, all right?
He ain't give me no money like that. You better ask for some gas money or something. He ain't just giving you no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said they went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
I meant as in he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked why did
Because why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't doing that?
One more time. What was
Because
that?
why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like after fighting, like back then, like 9 times out of 10, probably was a shooting came behind it, and bullets could hit anybody.
Okay. And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. It's like make sure you get to it cold, okay? Like it's too much going on out here.
Okay. And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail.
Guys, she's being petty. She is. People say that I'm being petty. She's being petty. You see how Brian calls her lawyer love? She's getting her licks in because she's now calling Max Shard instead of attorney Shard. She's saying Shannon's lawyer. So, I mean, there's so much like respect that happens in the courtroom. You know, we talk about some of the things like asking permission to approach witnesses, calling the judge dishonorable court, referring to things in a specific way, right? She is throwing a little shade there. I picked up on that. We caught it. We see you, love.
Jail during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think it. I don't remember.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I ain't. What? I don't understand that. Can you say it again?
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes. I never told them that.
Right. But you believed that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes.
Right. knowing that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, you still didn't say, hey, you didn't lie on Thug and say, Thug shot Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yeah.
All right. You told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how mmany years?
89, something like that. I think that's what you told me.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes.
But you turned that down, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Motu, right?
Yes.
All right. So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
As I had got older, yes.
Okay. Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Motu on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right, or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, right.
Okay, got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Woody was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right, or did I get that wrong?
You got it right.
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Motu in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Motu shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like it.
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Motu, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, why did you tell the police that Motu was always on go?
Because I felt like it.
Now, you were asked by Thug's lawyer about seeing Thug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, when we went to Florida, I think I told him that he had a showdown now.
Okay. And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No.
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time we went after Summers got killed, he performed with.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they performed?
I know it was after he got killed.
Okay, so some of this is working and some of this is backfiring. So shout out to James Edwards, who has a really interesting question here. James is saying, so she's showing that he's a hypocrite, but how does that help her if he is her witness, AV? Great question and good observation. So she is getting in front of the jury, she's showing that he lied not only to the defense team, but kind of lied to her and lied on multiple occasions, where you're saying one thing to me on my direct examination and you're saying something different to them on the cross examination. Isn't this what you said? And she's going through the things to use evidence to at least prove that those lies existed. Some of it is working, but other times he's not responding in the ways that she wants him to, like with this one right now, like about the performances and things of the like. She's not getting the responses for that one. How does it help her if he's her witness? Well, we know that this is a witness that the state had to compel, right? And the thing is a majority of their witnesses do not want to be there. The prosecution's team has one job. They're advocating for all of the victims of these crimes, Nut's family, some of the other people that got shot, and other things that happened. So her only objective is to show that these crimes took place. Now, what I think that they continue to struggle with is to show that it was an organized criminal enterprise, right? So by any means necessary, she's going to use these people to get information out, put in front of the jury to show that this is organized crime. Now, what happens is it is your witness that doesn't want to be there, that got dragged out of the hospital to be there. And now it kind of confuses the jury because you're showing that he's a liar, but you couldn't even have control over him. So what is the truth? So to answer your question, James, I think if anything, this is actually confusing the jury. Remember, one of you guys asked me if the jury's going to have a transcript at the end of this. No, all they have are their notes. What is it? 137 day 137 of this trial. This case has been going on for 9 months, maybe 10, I think, because I think it started in late November. This is a lot for them to process. But I think what they're going to remember is if they were to think back on this during deliberation time, like, oh, well, Lil D, like who knows what Lil D, if he was telling the truth or lying. Same thing with Woody, right? Was he telling the truth or lying? It's questionable. So we'll see how it plays out. But great question, James. I just wanted to answer that one for you real quick. Let's go back in.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on stage?
Objection asked and answered.
They had to. They were together. It's the song, verse, hit verse, hit verse, hit verse, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At the same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago.
I was at the show. I just
Okay.
told you that.
You were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was backstage though when they performing.
So is it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage together?
I can't say. I just know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage and they went on there together.
Okay. Now, you also said you were present when in March, Thug called Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
I wasn't even like in March, I think that was that the tour. So I ain't even stay that many days. And I think I had saw that on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because the police asked you how you know, and I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015, Thug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan.
God.
On stage.
Come on, man. She really does not respect people that passed away. Like, you know, all these brothers, at least that have been on the stand, have mentioned that, like, they don't like to speak ill of the dead, and like, to not censor yourself like that. I don't care if you're trying to get an effect on the jury. That's just not. That wasn't tasteful.
Age in public
Come on.
to talk about Rich Homie Quan.
I never heard him say that his mouth. That's something I just heard. I never heard him say it. Why did I tell him that? I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't have been there.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
All right. Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview you had with police?
I saw it on news.
Okay. Where else?
I don't remember. I know news.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw in the news. Fair? I'll let you think about it if you need to.
I don't know.
Okay. Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't remember. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you. A car riding past you. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you
No.
seen it in the daytime?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't rode past before, but I don't know, like, the neighborhoods.
Would you call that neighborhood if gang territory?
That's really like, I don't know. It's really like Mechanicville, really.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no.
No? Did you tell the police that?
It's probably just something I made up.
Okay.
I don't went to that barbershop before I got a haircut.
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop get a haircut.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at the barbershop then, right?
Yes.
All right. And you would have had a way to know whether they
I mean,
hung.
no. I don't
No?
know. No.
Okay.
I don't know what's my name yet. Or what they is.
Did you know, you knew that Nut was if gang, didn't you?
Did I know that he was ill gang?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was some.
Quick reminder, guys, a lot of y'all have been asking about Lead. I've been mentioning it all week. He is okay. He's fine. He's just taking some time off of YouTube. He's been saying that on the streams all summer. He's finally taking that time. He works really hard and really deserves the time to focus on himself for a little bit. I checked on him, talked to him recently, and the Lead is all good. Thank you guys for asking about him. Let's jump on in.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Woody told Lil D before you went into the August 5th interview?
Did I know all the details?
Mhm.
I can't say I remember.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police
I do.
as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
I can't say I remember.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the Crystals?
Do I remember talking to Lil D about it?
Yes.
I mean, I talked to him about everything, so probably, yeah.
Okay. And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, because he was cool with it, I was cool with it. It probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No.
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the 3 people that you were asked about on cross with respect to Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demekion Garlington, or you called him Lil D as well? D Montunk, or you, did either one of you have dreadlocks on April 28, 2015?
No.
Okay. Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
Not, what you mean, like how long? Like I probably had
Like
afro.
Jay-Z kind of dreadlocks?
Nah.
Okay.
Before we get back to these dreadlocks, I want to shout out someone who wants to remain anonymous. They just sent me a $600 cash app. Stream sponsor. I mean, wow. Firstly, thank you so much to this person. Y'all don't know, being a creator is not the funnest thing sometimes. Y'all see me struggling with it sometimes. Some days are amazing, some days are not. And the person asked me a question. The answer is it has arrived, but I need to get out of the seat to go and get it. I'm probably, you know what, just for you, I'm going to do it tonight. I'm going to do it tonight, but it has arrived. I'm going to grab it and it'll get done. Let's just type anonymous in the chat since they want to remain anonymous. But thank you so much to this person. That really means a lot. I'm out here grinding every day. We're working, like even yesterday after the stream, I spent 3 hours editing something myself to get it along to the editing team. And, you know, we give you guys heat, right? Like even with Rich Homie Quan, even when, you know, when she mentioned that, that's why I just, I had that thought. Because we just spent all this time trying to do this Rich Homie Quan video right and respect his family, respect his life, respect his legacy. So to hear her say what she said is craziness, is crazy work. So anonymous, thank you. Extremely generous. I'm gonna pick it up tonight. And I cannot wait to dive in and get started. I've like cleared my schedule for certain days to review the thing that we're talking about. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Let's go back on in. And I am they're going to remain anonymous, but I'm going to put anonymous in the stream sponsor banner. Let's go back into Love's Debauchery with the debauchery code.
And Montunk, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks that look kind of like Jay-Z's dreadlocks look now?
Nah.
Okay.
Monton with it. Don't want no dread.
Say that again?
Didn't want no dread.
He never wore dreads?
I ain't never saw him with no dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads, Demekion?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Montunk, and D were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele.
That's the name on the street.
Down Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? You told them that, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yes, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30-something names or 15 names, something like that, on our witness list.
Oh, okay, you got a witness list.
Yes.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police?
No.
You don't know.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Okay. Do you know what any of those witnesses told the police?
I know that they told them they wouldn't cooperate.
What now?
I thought I got locked up. I was locked up with some other people. They were telling us that people weren't going to trial on us and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No,
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
what I supposed to told them the truth?
I'm sorry.
What I supposed to told them? I told them a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was 2 cars, when I told on the police.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were 2 cars instead of 1?
See, at first, I was just panicking, wanting to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't want no deal.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I ain't want no. When I was realizing, like, damn, I ain't want no deal.
You didn't want a deal.
Yeah, I ain't want no benefits off of it.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
2018, I ain't say nothing to no police.
Okay. You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal?
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in more trouble.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police, but in that August 5th, 2015 interview, would you tell the jury how telling the police there were 2 cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I was just telling them lies.
How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm asking.
Shit. I was making up stuff, putting people there. So it can take some of the blame off me.
Okay. You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I think I told him that.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know, Miss Love. I got caught.
You know
with it.
exactly what shell casings?
Yeah, let him finish.
Go ahead.
I got caught with the gun.
Okay. My question to you is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them.
Okay.
I know what I got caught with.
And what about the apartments? I think Perry Homes. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I don't know any.
Is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene?
Why does it matter?
No. I just know what I got caught with.
Okay. So you don't know the types. You just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in your preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And about April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then about what they discussed with my lawyer in their hearing, yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you only went to 2 of Doug's shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than 2?
I just know it was more than 2. It was more than 2.
Okay. Now, Thug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what role, rapper, whatever he do. I don't
When,
know.
do you know when he performed? Like, was he like an opening act or a
I
closing
don't
act?
know.
Did you watch either of the shows?
I told you most of the time I was helping out with stuff that needed to be done.
Okay.
Ms. Love, just scheduling wise, how much long do you think you're going to be?
Your Honor, maybe half an hour, and if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so it may
Okay.
be a good time.
All right, would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's all be back at, let's shoot for 1:15. Okay.
All right, so Jerry.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna finish today. Longest redirects. Listen, this always happens. Her redirects sometimes are longer than the actual direct examination, or they're along a similar. Redirect should be in and out. In and out. Clean up the things and then you're out.
All right, anything before we break?
No, mistake.
Okay, see y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Ms. Hilton, could you push this off?
Well, it is 12:41 our time, Eastern Standard Time. They're back at 1:15. So we got a little bit of time to kill. I'm going to go ahead, read our super chats from the top. And at the same time, we do have some extra content to look at. We can always go back to the original opening arguments. I've been wanting to do that for weeks. So if we have a little bit of time to kill, we can certainly do that. Or since we heard from Lil D's dad, we can also during this break check out some recent interviews that he's done discussing the state and what they've been working on. A few of you guys have sent to us some clips of that, so we can check those out. Depends on y'all, but I'll go ahead and kick us off with some super chats during the break. They should be back in about 35 minutes, so we're almost there. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the first super of the day. She hits me with the 5. Says, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you guys for doing well on the likes today. They look fantastic. Thank you so much. Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Kelly Applegate with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $1 super sticker. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with those 20 memberships. Super, super amazing content creators and very nice of them to do that. So appreciate y'all. Shout out to Montisha with the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. Good to see you in the chatterhood today. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, Brian and Matt are great, but I can't wait to see AV do a cross examination. Oh my God. I like with crosses, I like Max's style, but y'all know I have it over here. The cross examination. Science and techniques, I think I would really go with looping because that's something that Max does all the time. So there's a concept called looping and what it means, right? Like they teach you all types of ways to capture control of your witness. Don't let them go anywhere. Like you hold them and you get your questions out and you get some of the contradictions out. Max is very, very good at doing that. So when he knows that a contradiction is happening, because he's listening for the direct examination, he's listening to lies, he's listening for that stuff, and he's preparing his cross at the same time. So notice that a lot of attorneys are taking notes and things of the like. So when it is time for cross, you already know what you're going in for. You already know where you're going to trip them up because half of the time the witnesses forget where they are. And you kind of loop it around. You loop it around with, sometimes you can't ask the same question over and over in a different form. You don't want to do it too much though, maybe twice. I would probably give people like 2 or 3 times before I get the answer that I want. If I don't get it on the third answer, I'm going to move on because I want to keep it short. But what Love does is whenever she's on redirect, she knows what she's going in for too, but she spends too much time there. And that's why we all get exhausted, right? But that's just a tip. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. But thank you so much, D. Appreciate you. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 5. Says, next person beefing with me, I will object 403 on them so fast. And shout out to our merch store, guys. 20% off sale is still going. I just put up last night the Objection 403 shirts. So those shirts are up right now. Of course, we have all the Moon Tomb shirts like I Ain't Your Child, You Make My Brain Hurt, all those things. Those shirts are all up. Y'all see me with the I Don't Recall, the classic I Don't Recall shirts up there. I Did These Crimes is up there. Our merch store is growing. So Objection 403, you just reminded me, was added last night, because by the end of this case, we will have them all. And then he says, also, AV, that Beantown accent is wild. Well, I mean, I grew up here, so I have it down pretty good. You know, I told you guys about the nail salon yesterday, and a guy walking in there like, hey, let me get a pedicure. Instead of a pedicure, he couldn't say pedicure. He called it a pedicure, right? But like people in Boston, like these accents are crazy. Like you'll never find it anywhere in the country, just here. You know, I bought my house when I was like, what, 29? My first house, first property. Bought the house, right? And, you know, it was just me. And like they could not believe, because I had some Irish neighbors, they could not believe that a 29-year-old single person could buy a house. A single, let me just say, single colored person could buy a house. And it was big. It was, you know, I got my money's worth. I worked really, really hard for that place. And so one of my neighbors, she has the craziest Boston accent. She ends up, you know, wanting to welcome me to the neighborhood, probably on my second day there. She parks in my driveway, which I already thought was offensive. I mean, you could just ring the doorbell. She parks in my driveway, comes up, rings the doorbell. Actually, no, she went to the side door. She went to the back, went through the gate, and went through the back. I was like, you just all over my property, rings the doorbell, and she's like, hey, how you doing? I'm your new neighbor. I just wanted to come over and say hello. It's nice to meet you. She was opening the door to come inside. No invitation. Just come on in. Right. And she's just like, you know, I just wanted to say hi. You know, Billy and the other, his wife used to live here before. They had 2 kids. We were very close with them. Want to keep that relationship open with you. If you ever need anything, just let me know. So what's your deal? Are you single? Do you have kids? Are you a single mother? Are you a nurse? How'd you get this great big house? What do you do? Where does this money come from? And I'm like, okay, we're just going to leave it right here. You know, communications director in law school part-time, doing my thing at the time, you know? And I was like, so many assumptions, but you cannot make it up. It was just like, what are you, a single mother? You know, do you have any kids? Great big house all by yourself? Just you? How is that possible? So anyway, Boston accent just for you, full drinking and half thinking. Thank you so much. Shout out to JB Ben Pressure with the $4.99. JB says, Miss Love real dislike Mr. Steele. Oh, she really dislikes Mr. Steele. Every time he's on cross, her hands stay on the mic button. That's true. It does. She'll object over and over. I know it pisses him off. Yeah, today I think he did better. Usually, I think the last time he was up, maybe it was with Moontung, she got under his skin a bit. And it happens. This is a long trial. Like it's going to be going on for a really long time. But she was objecting like to everything he said. She has calmed down on that. So that's good. But she literally has her finger on that button. That is why we have objection counters in this chat. That's why I poll you guys to see where we land. And I think we, for today, she was in the 20 to 40 range. So whoever guessed that this morning was right. And JB says, I know it pisses him off. Totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you so much, JB, for the super chat. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5. She says, close the chat, smash the like button, and come back to chat. Yeah, no, you guys have been doing great with the likes. You know, we're at 3,000. We're over 50%. You guys know that it helps me. It helps you. Some of y'all come in and you're like, man, I can't find you. You don't show up on my feed. We're trying to train the algorithm to make it show up in your feed immediately in the morning. So when the trial's on, you can pop on in and then join the chatterhood and watch the debauchery. Thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Bison Bill with the 2 says Grand Rising AV. Happy hump day to the 7th crew. Happy Wednesday to you all. And Bison Bill, hope you're having a great day so far. Shout out to TRT with the 5. TRT says this is Brady evidence. I didn't pay attention when you dropped this earlier, but I wonder what we were referring to. Let me know. C Baby the King says AV you biased though. And I'm like, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you so much, TRT. Shout out to Buddy305 Love with the 2 says Miss Love is stone faced. Ghetto Cruella DeVille. Shake my head. Yeah, a few of you guys have been using that name lately. Thank you so much. Shout out to Trina C with 84 with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Trina. See, look, it just came out. The super sticker. I put it on and now it stays. I got into character a little bit too much. Thank you so much, Trina. Shout out to Amber Lede with the 5. Amber says hit the like button. Thank you so much for the reminder, Amber, and appreciate the super chat. Shout out to Michelle with the 5. Michelle says, AV, you're amazing, smart, and fun. For now, we do still have First Amendment rights. I will leave it at that. Much love to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate all that you do for the community and appreciate you being here all the time. Shout out to Hugh Brown. Hugh, I think, no, it was somebody else. It might have been Hugh. Somebody was asking how to become a member. Hit the join button. If you guys can, whenever you can't see it, I always pin it to the top of the chat. So it's pinned at the top of the chat right now, and we include it in the description box as well. So if you're looking to become a member, that's how you do it. And Hugh, welcome to the Chatterhood. For the members, last night we put up a poll. Next video on the Post-it is the best of Max Sharp. So we're working on that. And of course, the members always get to weigh in. Sometimes I feature y'all in the videos. So if the members right now are dropping that in the comment section. So make sure that you put in what your favorite Max Sharp moment was. And we're doing a compilation and chopping up all that footage right now. So hopefully we can have that up by the weekend, but that is our next project. And that's the benefit of memberships. We do rock with you guys as far as content and how we shape it and how these videos come out. So just know that, Hugh, you have access to those benefits. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Little Gaming channel with the 20. And he says, these dudes don't remember nothing. But when it's a rap song, they remember how many units are sold, the release date, and all the lyrics, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Because we did get that little snippet of Lil Wayne just now. And Brian bought that out and was just like, hey, this is the song that you were referring to last time, right? And he ended up agreeing with Brian and said, yes, I think that's when you dropped this. Thank you so much, TLGC. Shout out to Kelly Kell, our favorite 2L with the 2. She says, this is Love's show. Don't forget. Yeah, I mean, think about that. Did you guys see that she has a lapel mic today? This is the only attorney in the entire courtroom. Even, well, the other, there's like 2 prosecutors that do something similar. But this is the only attorney that's using a lapel mic. Everybody else goes to the podium. They go to the podium. I don't know if it's maybe she just likes to walk and talk about the well, or, like she likes to move around and talk, but like they got her a lapel mic. And earlier when she was using it, it wasn't on. Of course, we couldn't hear her, but then she turned it on and we can hear it. And we even heard like to the point where we heard like the necklace scraping against the microphone. Little crazy, but thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Hope you're having a great day at school today if you're at classes. Shout out to Demi D with the 504 with the 2 says, what is in the open bag under the desk? Ooh, I didn't see that under the prosecution table, because we get a very good view from that standpoint. If that's what you're referring to, Demi D, I will look and see what we can discern there. I know sometimes Love has like her work bag under there. They also have a series of carts with various, pieces of evidence, paper, stuff like that around. The courtroom's always discombobulated, Demi, but we'll check it out. Thank you so much. Shout out to Victoria with the 5. Victoria says, crazy thing is, while they were trying to catch the big fish, the whole time they were sitting down negotiating with the sharks. Victoria, that's actually a good way to look at it. Because you have Lil D, who's admitting to certain crimes. It did time because he did not want to cause problems for Mootunk. You have Woody actually committing these crimes, shooting up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, stealing nuts chain. He admitted to that, like all types of like actual crimes. But yet Thug is in jail when he was working. And I don't know if y'all remember that jail phone call with Thug's sister and little Woody. They had mentioned to him, like, stop going to Mechanicsville, like, get out of the streets, like, you know. And you can hear from Little D today, like, Thug was giving people jobs. Moontunk was doing security. Little D was helping with merch and shirts and selling those and things like that. He was actually trying to get these guys off of the street. Yet, you know, I think his situation, if they could prove it to us that Thug was actually the leader of this organization and putting hits out on people, that's one thing. But until we can see that, I mean, everybody in this country is innocent until proven guilty. I'm not seeing any indications of guilt yet. Matter of fact, poll time. Let's do this, and I'll give you guys 3 options. Has the state shown any evidence? And this is not against the other people. I want to focus on Thug, and maybe these other days we can do like Shannon. Maybe we could do Yak, but specifically for young Thug, think about this. Has the state shown any evidence that Thug is guilty of any of these crimes? And what are the crimes, as a reminder? The crimes are conspiracy, the crimes are murder, conspiracy to commit murder, possession of a firearm, possession of illegal drugs with the intent to distribute, all of these things. If y'all want to see the original indictment while you're voting, I will pull that up. Let's see. Vote it up. Let's poll is up. Let's see what you guys think. Because I want it specifically with Young Thug. What did he do? Let me know. Wow. Now starting off strong with the no. Starting off very strong with the no. Wow. 100% no so far. Okay, a few yeses. A few yeses. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you so much again, Victoria. Really appreciate you. They are due back at 1:15, guys. And it is 12:56 right now. So they will be back in about 19 minutes from the lunch break. Until then, we're going to keep reading our super chats and just chatting it up, hanging out, you know. Thank you so much, Victoria. Shout out to Tashika with the 20. Says gifting 5 memberships. Oh, one of those people that's impacted by YouTube right now with something going on. So with YouTube, they have an issue where if you have an iPhone or an iPad, iOS products, for some reason, you don't see the gifting option. But the fix for it is to log in from Safari, which is a pain in the neck, but you can log into Safari and you'll see the gifting button, or use an Apple laptop, computer, whatever the case may be. But Tashika wants to gift 5 memberships. The issue is we can't distribute them. They go out randomly. Here's what we can do, Tashika, just on your behalf, and I'll write this down as a reminder. Every month I can give out 10, and I usually do it on the 1st of the month because that's when they give it to me. The 1st of the month is next week. It's the 1st of the month. On behalf of Tashika, I will give out the 5 memberships and shout you out, Tashika, since you want to help out the Chatterhood and expand it. So putting Tashika on my list for the 1st with that 20. Thank you so much, Tashika. Very sweet of you, and absolutely being reinvested in the Chatterhood. Shout out to Sequoia with the 5. And Sequoia, I believe you emailed me. Sequoia says when you are going through withdrawals, the symptoms can vary depending on what you are taking, e.g., psychosis, aches, drowsiness, insomnia, and vomiting. Wow, that's tough. And that's why, like, in a way, it's like, even though Lil D did these crimes, and his dad obviously is like has his best interest, but he's on the stand, and he's been on the stand since Friday. So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 4 days so far. 4 days. And if he's going through withdrawal, psychosis is one of the symptoms. Aches, and he said that to Brian Steele. He's just like, yeah, like, you know, my head hurts. That's why I'm always holding my head. You see him leaning back a lot. Like, you know, you see him drinking his water, playing with the water. He also suffers from ADHD, drowsiness. So we have been seeing some of the sleeping happening, insomnia, and vomiting. He did talk about vomiting. He was saying if he sometimes feels nauseous, but he didn't eat And that's why he was feeling that way. So hopefully after lunch we see something. But thank you for weighing in, Sequoia. I always like when our medical professionals in the chat weigh in too. Y'all always have your professional insight. It's always good to see that. So thank you so much, Sequoia. Shout out to beautiful Timberly with the 5. She says, AV, do you think Fanny approves of Miss Love's behavior during this trial? I would say yes, because what I believe is happening behind the scenes, I think that they might have some type of check-in to see how the case is going. Maybe there are strategy sessions on how to be more effective with certain things. Sometimes you can hear like you know how when you hang out with people, like sometimes you pick up their mannerisms and things like that. You know, Ashley Merchant was in that open records hearing last week with Dexter Bond. I swear, if you close your eyes, Dexter Bond sounded exactly like Fonnie. You can tell they spent a lot of time together, like almost exactly like her. And I can hear some of that from Love too, but you notice how sometimes on some mornings she'll have like a little packet of things that are like stapled and she'll have like extra questions to ask. I think that sometimes they spend time together on the case, looking at some of the struggles, and they game plan and strategize. She is her boss. So although she's going up for a re-election right now and helping her team process other cases, I'm sure from time to time that Love will sit down with her and they'll go from there. So that's my thoughts on it. But thank you so much, Timberly. But I would say she approves of it, but can she be everywhere at once? Can she watch the trial every day? Probably not. She's busy. So they probably have their check-ins. That's my guess, Timberly. Great question. Thank you. Shout out to Sequoia again with the 5. Sequoia says alcohol is the most dangerous drug to detox from because it can cause death. Oh my God. I didn't know that. Some drugs have half-lives, meaning it takes longer to leave your system. So, how long does it take for alcohol to leave the human body? Let us know, Sequoia. I'd be interested in that. Shout out to Tashika with the 5 says, I thought that frog in her throat would keep Love from screaming. Sadly, mistaken. Yeah, shake my head. I mean, it's always going to happen. Maybe that's why she has a frog in her throat, because she's raising her voice many times in a day, almost every day for half a year, Interesting. Thank you so much, Tashika. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, anonymous, good work, AV. Love and dreads again. Yeah, what did she say about Jay-Z? How did Jay-Z come up in this? Craziness. It is 1:01, guys. They are due back at 1:15, so about 14 minutes from the lunch break. So thank you so much for your patience. We're almost there. Shout out to K Wags with the 5 says, it's 12:30. I'm just getting here. Prepping for, is it Helen or Helene? And shout out to all of our Georgians. I know that there's a big population of people from Atlanta and in the Georgia area that watch this channel. I hope y'all are okay. I know that the hurricane is on its way through the South, and I think Georgia is like directly in the path. K-Wags, which state are you in? But yeah, get ready. I hope you guys are all right. Get your groceries, everything you need. If it's raining there, stay dry. Don't go outside. It's so funny. Y'all, we're talking about last year. He had a scare last summer. We had just talked about an episode or whatever. We were on the phone, and he's just like, I'll call you back soon. I'm like, all right, great. So he goes to the grocery store. There's a car in front of him and a big tree during it was around this time, like, it was around like hurricane season. A big tree had fell on the car in front of him, and he was so freaked out. I think it's still on his Instagram. You could see it right now, but he was so freaked out. And it really makes you think about life a little bit differently. Like, imagine being taken out by a tree. So really sad. I don't know if the person in that survived, but he was talking about like rain and stuff. And I was like, dude, you better go to the Target that has a garage, if you're going to go out during a storm. So I hope you guys are safe. You don't lose power, things like that. Everyone that's being impacted by the hurricane, stay safe out there. K-Wags also says listening on 1.5 to catch up because I have to watch with AV in the Chatterhood. Y'all are the best. Yeah, best chat on YouTube. I'm telling you, it's great over here. Shout out to Anthony with another 2 says Love is a doctor of law. Dr. Love. Nah, it's ADA Love. Too funny. Thank you, Anthony. Shout out to TLGC, the little gaming channel with the 20. Says, ladies, I love y'all. Miss Love may have a horrible attitude, but you have to love a woman. Standing in their heels for hours gets a big salute from me. Wow, look at you. TLGC complimenting Miss Love. Okay. He says, I would be up there in with J's in a dress. Hashtag woman, hashtag no Diddy. Yeah, no, I mean, I will give her that. Her and Simone. Even though the choices of outfits are different. They're different. Standing in heels all day is tough. All day, 8 hours. You know, they do get breaks, you know, because usually like their directs, I would say between 2 to 3 hours at a time, they're standing up there. And their shoes, these are bold choices. I would go with some block heels so there's more stability. But stilettos, I mean, as long as they're comfortable, they'll work. But I think with women, we know which brands to rock with. Sam Endelman, oh my God, those are so comfortable. Right? Like there's certain brands that work. Even Manolo Blahnik is not bad. Like sometimes those are comfortable too. So it really depends. But they rock with straight stilettos. So great observation, TLGC. We're gonna give them their flowers for that. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with it. And she says, AV, pure love of the game. Good to see you, Miss L. Hope you're having a great afternoon. Good to see you over here. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Sean D with the 2 says, let's look at them Diddy videos. He's the OG. Oh my God. More and more is coming out on Diddy. You guys have been, I have somebody processing all of our email backlog as we speak. And she pinged me to let me know that we have quite a bit that we're working on. But some of y'all have been sending over new Diddy things. So yesterday there was a press conference where this other lady came out and she's a new victim filing another lawsuit. How do you get hit with lawsuits while you're in jail? But she has spoken out on her involvement with him and some of the things that have happened to her. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I heard that there are tapes with LeBron on it. I saw somebody else say that Khloe Kardashian was involved with it as well. I mean, some of that could be fake news because I have not opened these videos, but I've been seeing it on the feed. A lot of people. Leo DiCaprio, his name's coming in on this. It's starting to get real for some of these celebrities. Who's on those tapes? And was Diddy blackmailing some of those people? Because it's like, all right, you got me on camera doing X, Y, and Z. Who said daddy, Gigi? Gigi, who said daddy? That would be crazy. I need to dive into that because we need to do a follow-up to the deep dive that we did on Diddy. So we're following that case. I just want to get some of these YSL deep dives done, and then we'll jump back onto that one. Shout out to LT with the 20. LT says, I have a genuine question for you, AV. From your opinion, why isn't this case tossed out due to how horrible the state is and how much love is struggle streaming on this case? I'm sick of all of them. In my opinion, I think that Judge Whitaker has an interesting decision to make. Motions for mistrial come like it's spring. We see them almost every day. Now, a motion for a mistrial, to grant it, is a very high bar. And the reason why is because they've already invested a lot of this time. The state of Georgia has, as a whole, these are taxpayer dollars, have invested a ton of time. And, I've been popping into a lot of conversations where people are like, hey, we put so much money, the state of Georgia has put so much money into this case. What about fixing the prison system? What about, public schools, investing in teacher salaries? What about using those public funds in ways that are actually going to be constructive? However, the issue is bringing RICO is just so big. That's why it's sucking up these state resources. And what they should have done is tried each of these defendants for their crimes individually. They did some of that with severing some of the defendants who, are, we started off with almost 28 of them. Now we're down to the final 6. Now, here's the thing. As a part of the 6, Bruce Harvey's client wants to get severed. He doesn't want to be a part of the 6. They should have done that instead. Now, because of all this money that has been invested, Judge Whitaker has to be very careful if she grants a mistrial. She's been leaning towards not doing that, but at the same time, we know that she allows Miss Love to get away with murder sometimes when it comes to some of the procedural things that she should be doing, some of the disrespect that goes on in the courtroom between the prosecution and the defense teams. You know, everybody's there for the best interest of their client. The state's best interest is the victims of these crimes. But, you know, the defense team, their best interest is the interest of the defendants, some of whom did not commit these crimes. You know, so it's tough. It's tough, LT. But thank you so much. Great observation. It's 1:09. They are due back in about 6 minutes. I'm going to keep going here with the super chats. Shout out to Rosita, who became a member. Welcome, Rosita. You're going to love it here. Make sure you vote. Now that you're a member, go in and vote when you have some time. Let us know what you think about Max Shard and if there are any moments you want us to include. Shout out to Confused Conservative with the 10 says, I appreciate Anonymous and you. I appreciate Anonymous too. Great person. Sent me something super generous, has been supporting me for a few months now as I've been growing this community, growing my business, growing this channel. I'm trying to build a little legal media company, you know, that's super diverse with no judgment, having fun in a fun way, you know? So, you know, this person I would consider is investing in that future. So huge respect. And you know, some of you guys are in the world of business and you want your stuff out there. So, and I know that, and I appreciate that. But yeah, you know, I appreciate you too, Confused Conservative, because I always enjoy reading your comments as well. Thank you so much for the super chat. Got the Holly with the £5. I'm learning how to read these symbols from other countries. And shout out to our UK people. Like that population is growing over here too. Holly says, why does it seem like the ones that have been proven guilty are the ones who have immunity? Yes. Yes. It seems like that because it's true. That is correct, Holly. Woody, Lil D, and Moontoon. Yes. And some of their situations are different. Moontoon has immunity, or sorry, he has a plea deal. So it's a little bit different from Lil D and Little Woody's situation, right? Little Woody was out of prison with immunity and still breaking traffic laws, driving without a license, spinning out everywhere, living his best life, going to Miami, and then coming to the courtroom on Monday. Miami for the weekend, courtroom on Monday. Lil Woody is living his best life. However, with Lil D, it's a lot different. He has immunity. He's already completed his time like Lil Woody. However, the thing that makes Lil D's situation different is that he is still on an ankle monitor today and is confined to his home. So a little bit different, but I hope that clears it up. Thank you so much, Holly. Shout out to Bigger Than Life with the 5. Bigger says, Love said Thug is guilty by association. Let's check on that poll. How are y'all doing? Got about 1,300 votes so far. Has the state shown any evidence that Thug is guilty of any of these crimes? 93% of you say no, and 3% of you say yes. I would love to hear from the yesers, the people that said yes, and then a few maybes, 4% maybe. Interesting. So guilty by association makes you, y'all remember her opening statement? The leader of the pack. The leader of the pack is the wolf. Thug is that wolf. She's painting him to be this, you know, this person that conspired to commit all these crimes, this person that put the hit out on Nut because rich homie Quan wanted to leave Rich Gang. But I'm not gonna go into that because we really did a deep dive into our rich homie Quan video. I spent time talking to Thugger Daily and his team, and like they bought up stuff that I didn't even know. So you're welcome. You're gonna love that video. Thank you so much. Bigger Than Life. Shout out to Danielle with the 10. Thank you so much, Danielle. She says the recording shows QZ was cooperative but refused to let them violate his rights. It proves Love lied to the judge, damaging both their reputation. Love will do anything to salvage her own image. You know, I think there's some truth to that. And guys, they're due back in 2 minutes, so we're just reading super chats until the courtroom. They return to the courtroom, and that is live. Let me just Let me bring us up to speed. Okay, it is currently live. So as soon as we see some movement in the courtroom, we'll go back. I do think that, she will do not anything to salvage her image, but I do think her image is important to her. And the reason why I say that is because of this. We saw that whenever people have accused her of prosecutorial misconduct, she does turn up, she does defend herself. And, Brian had alluded to that by even having Mr. Zachary on the stand in the first place, right? Huge, huge, with him being up there. Now, the thing is, she did not like the fact that Brian accused her of that. And he did say, I'm not saying that this is prosecutorial misconduct, but we are taking a patient and forcing him to testify on the stand. I intend during my cross-examination to prove certain points to put his attorney on the stand. Love did not like that and bought that really messy recording that we all listened to this morning between Lil D's dad and the investigator. And we heard how rude how rude the investigator was to Lil D's dad. Lil D's dad, of course, is going to be fired up because he's like, hey, y'all got a warrant out on my son. How are you going to put a warrant out on somebody that's in a hospital? And Lil D's dad was asking questions, was trying to get cooperative, but then the investigator was very combative and saying, okay, so y'all not going to cooperate? Y'all not going to cooperate? Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary. And I get it, but when tensions are high and you deal with people for a living, you need to be careful with how that works. So I do think she was trying to clean that up because for her image, being accused of prosecutorial misconduct was a big deal. So thank you so much, Danielle. I'm going to come down here to someone who looks like they're joining the stream sponsor team, and that is the Innocent Bystander channel with $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Guys, this is actually important to me because this is one of my clients. This is a channel that's growing that I've personally coached, huge supporter of mine. Really appreciate the Innocent Bystander channel. If you guys want to check him out, please do. This is Mike, great guy, super articulate, love spending time with him, always supports my channel, but I give back to creators on the rise as well when I see them putting in the work and when I see the potential. I mean, I think his channel has a ton of potential, but if any of the mods are in the chat, please drop the link to the Innocent Bystanders channel. And what does he say here? No comment, no question, pure love of the game. If y'all could do me a favor and type IBC in the chat, that would be fantastic. Because, starting YouTube is the science. Like, I've hired coaches because we are now transitioning to the business enterprise level. Okay? We are there. Y'all helped me do it. We did it together. This is media. This is the new media. Imagine being at home on your couch watching court TV, right? With nobody there to tell you what's going on. Those used to be the days. But now we have this new forming space of, I like to call it trial watching, where you actually have people that are experts. And sometimes you don't have to be an expert. You could be a concerned citizen. But people want to do things as a collective more instead of doing it solo. That's the time that we live in. So thank you so much, IBC, and thank you guys for shouting out IBC in the chat. Now, it is 1:17. We're waiting for them. I'm seeing a little bit of a movement in the courtroom. We're just waiting for everybody to come back for lunch. So they've gotten their sustenance, all those things. And we're just reading our super chats until he or they arrive and put Lil D back on the stand. What we can expect for the afternoon is for Love to continue her redirect. She said that it would take her approximately 30 minutes, but it looks like it's going to be taking her a little bit longer. I mean, come on, it's Love. So make it 2 hours. Like a half hour, might be 2. I mean, she's told us before 3 hours and it turned into 3 days. I mean, Max says it. He said it last week. And I think he said something along the lines of like, she's going to be up there for 4 days. And guess what? Today is day 4. So Chef Max is correct. Thank you so much, Innocent Bystander, for your generous super chat. Coming to a girl from Texas, one of my faves with a 10. She says, I'm in class, so I can't keep key with y'all. But AV, I'm in this thing. We gotta love, aka YSL Professor Utonium from the Powerpuff Girls today. That was good. That was good. A girl from Texas. Do y'all remember Powerpuff Girls? This is probably mostly for girls my age in the chat. But like that was a popular cartoon on Cartoon Network. And there is a professor named Professor Utonium. And he wore a very long white lab coat. That's what a girl from Texas is referring to. But thank you so much, sis. I hope you have a great day in class. Shout out to Logan Sparks with the 5. Logan says, AV, what do you think the verdict will be? Guilty or not guilty? I think on a personal level, I would love for it to be not guilty. I think it's 50-50. I think there's a risk that it could be guilty. Do I think that they've proved it at all? No. But what you have here is an exhausted jury. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that they're going to be too tired to risk it.
Have the jury head out.
All right, looks like they're coming back. So we'll keep going as it comes in. As they all come back. Lil D's coming back to the scene.
Oh, wait, no, we can't. Where's Mr. Matthews?
All right, one of you different is missing. But thank you, Logan. Great question. Shout out to Sean D with the 5. Says, no, AV's not Diddy videos. Little D's dad did some interviews with a t-shirt that read, I'm the daddy. That's what I meant. Sorry for the confusion. Oh, no problem, Sean. Seen that too. I haven't clicked on it yet, but I have that on standby if we need time to kill during a break. Thanks, Sean. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. Says, allegedly Diddy and GHB is a low to Epstein. Wow.
Your Honor, there was one thing that I wanted to address that I did not.
Do we need to have the witness step out again?
Yes.
Uh-oh, something going on. Love's about to address something.
Yes.
My initial intent was not to play this portion of the video of the interview with Mr. Zachary. But there is a portion of it on the August 5th, 2015 interview, starting at 3:20:33, going through $3:24:09 that I would like to play. And I don't think that falls within any objectionable area. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find it.
Oh, she's scrambling, scraping. Shout out to August 10. Says love is really the thug in this whole case.
Can I just inquire of something?
Yes.
Is the state planning, I understand they want to play this portion and they'll tell us what it is, but is the state, when they say weren't planning to play the recording or recordings maybe through Mr. Zachary, are they planning, I made this objection earlier, are they planning to play it through a different witness? And if yes, I'd just like to know that because it might change how we do Mr. Zachary going forward.
Does the state intend to play his interview or interviews through another witness?
We may be doing that. It depends on what happens with Cross, frankly. But based on something that happened with Cross, I wanted to play a particular portion, and I was trying to see if this particular portion was a part that they had any objection to or had objected to, since it was a part of and not the whole thing.
Okay, maybe turn your mic back on, your lapel mic. Is it on? So that sounds like we don't know the answer.
Never mind.
Okay.
Shout out to Rhonda, who became a member. Welcome, Rhonda.
So I'm looking for the portion in the interview. It's after Detective Thorpe comes in, 32409 on the evidence reviewer.
That's at page 121, if that's okay, and that's that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so thank you, Your Honor, if I may thank Mr. Steele. Okay, so it's starting on page 127. Actually, maybe at the bottom of 126, but I don't need to play any of the sound. It's just the image itself
Mhm.
at the timestamps that I named. So
So it's him identifying a picture as doo-wop.
yes, and it goes from him identifying doo-wop to the last picture that he identifies. And again, that starts at okay. It starts at about 319:13, or a little bit after that. Actually, it's 319:37. And goes to 324. To about 324.
While love is scrambling and scraping, I just got a
Go to-
package. Let me show it to y'all. I just got a package, and it's Luna's merch. It's YSL Luna's merch. Look, I did these crimes. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I've never been so excited to dress up a dog. This is so dope. Oh my god, y'all got to check out the merch store. I cannot wait to put this on her. It feels nice. Printed in America. I cannot wait to put this on my dog. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. All right, let's go back to the scrambling and scraping.
And so it is him identifying Mr.
Yes.
Stillwell, and then what else?
It is him identifying doo-wop, Mr. Stillwell. Nard, I believe.
All right, and you said you didn't need to play the sound.
Right. I don't, as I thought about the concern I was raising, I don't want to play the sound. I just need to play, I just want to play the video portion. And that's not something that I'd identified as an exhibit that we intended to introduce. So I wanted to alert the court that.
And this would be to establish that he does know a doo-wop. He's already said he knows Shannon, and he does know a Nard.
No, that's not to establish
Okay,
that.
well, what's the
He's-
purpose of it?
He's writing on the pictures. He's spelling.
Okay. All right. Is there gonna be any objection to that?
And if I could just give 1 second.
Just showing that without sound?
Can you put it- can you-
clear of what we're talking about. So the state's asking to play essentially like a 5-minute clip without the sound of him looking at the pictures and signing papers. Is that?
For now, that,
So,
for now, that.
and is it gonna be, are you gonna be able to see what he's writing on there?
I'm going to ask him questions about it. That's what, so you'll be able to see him writing and I'm going to be asking him questions.
Okay. Right. And this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read? Or what?
No, it's not to establish only that. It's to, I have a series of follow-up questions that I'll be asking. And if the court wants me to give everyone what my redirect is, I can go and.
Just trying to figure out. Okay, is there gonna be any objection to that?
The only thing I would say is my memory is that a photograph was already shown to Mr. Zachary of the person you're hearing, Nard. Demise McMullen is his name, but, and he said yes. And it says like 100% certain. I may not be perfect on that, but on that recording, on the document, it's already been shown. So if that's the same issue we're dealing with, if that's really the import, then I don't understand why that we're doing this again.
That's,
So again, what is it that you're trying to show through this? What's the purpose?
I'm showing that he knows how to, not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names.
Okay, well, you won't be able to hear him spelling out their names with the sound on.
I will be asking him about that. I mean, and I understand with the sound off, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about lying. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection from Mr. Steele. I don't know what I'm responding to. So if the court could please clarify what I'm responding to so that I can.
I'm not grasping the import of what we're doing. That's my concern. I'm saying part of it's cumulative because he was shown that same exact picture from the same date of Mr. McMullen or Nard. The other part, I just don't know why it's important to this trial at this time. I'm just trying to ask what the relevance is of this.
Clear, I'm not listening to it in real time, but I'm going off of my notes in the transcript. Like, if we're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell doo-wop in the transcript, at least. So, and I believe that he's also asked for help in spelling the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give the jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, reading and writing.
I don't even know if that's what it's being offered for. I haven't gotten
It's really
a clear answer on that.
He wants
I
to.
mean, I didn't know. I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to.
Relevance and cumulative.
Okay, so I haven't shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of Nard from the April 26th shooting out on Browns Mill Road. So I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court Nard is one of the people. The court asked me who are the people that he's identifying, and I said that Nard was one of the people.
So it's Dewop, Shannon, and Nard, correct?
Duop, Shannon, and Nard are three of the people that he looks at. And I'm
Who
not going to
else?
show
I mean,
him-
I don't know what the timestamps are. Are there more than just those three?
Your Honor, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that there may have been one more, Your Honor. But because I'm not playing the sound, I'm not putting before the jury, the names of the people that he's signing photographs of right now. I'm going to ask him, did you look at specific pictures, and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And
What is he doing?
Okay, so for those that are just coming in, and shout out to Chrissy who asked the question, what's happening right now? They just got back from lunch. The jury has not entered the room yet. Little D is outside of the courtroom. Now, they have to work through something because before she can continue her cross-examination, she wants to bring in a new piece of evidence, and they're arguing about that piece of evidence right now. She wants to discredit her own witness. And the way that she's going to do that is play one of the pieces of footage from the interrogation where Little D is in fact reading and writing, and he's actually spelling things, right? Everybody's kind of objecting to this because they don't understand the purpose of her trying to bring that in, and she's scrambling and scraping, trying to explain why it's relevant. And the judge is like, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to keep it on silent? You're going to keep the video on, like, you're going to mute it and just show that he can read and write? Because they kept, the detectives were showing him pictures of all these defendants and asking him to identify them. And after he identifies them, he had to initial next to those pictures, right? So she wants to show that interaction to prove that Little D can in fact read and write, but you're doing that to really discredit your own witness, which is funny. But let's keep going.
signing them
He's signing his name.
and writing their names.
And are we going to be able to see from the video that he's writing their names? Because
Yes.
he may or may not answer what he's actually doing.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to, of course, the court knows I went through a very long process because I'm going to have to now.
All right. Well, you realize that there are plenty of people who can probably sign their names but not read and write, so that won't establish anything. And that if we don't hear the sound, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says, the way you spell it is D-U-W-A-P. So,
That actually does happen.
I mean,
but that-
it's up to you, I guess,
And then-
if you think that establishes anything, but. So the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read and write?
That was one of them, Judge.
Okay, what other purpose?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time that he did this. What was his reason? Why didn't he lie here?
Okay. All right, so that's relevant. Anything else?
I just wanted to bring that to the court.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back and the jury out? All right, let's go ahead and do that then. And you can get that queued up and.
You got it, Chief. Get a number, the exhibit number.
Yeah, now the lapel, I mean, we can hear what she's saying, even with what she's saying to her teammates. Okay, everybody standing because the jury is in the room. Yeah, y'all are revolting. Judge
Thank you.
Zachary.
Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Wu hold?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Zachary,
Yes, I remember.
thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination either, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I never sold him no gun. We went and bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. I never sold him nothing.
Was that after Woody's girlfriend and child had been shot at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that Woody told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say the tip. I think he said gang or something. I don't know.
Gang unit. Thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Woody's girlfriend and baby were shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January 2015, right?
Woody's girlfriend got shot at a lot of times.
All right. This particular time that
When I
you
bought
got
the
the,
gun,
yes, sir.
their houses was getting shot up.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
I think like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
Early January? Okay.
like middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point Thug stopped coming around Woody. Did I get that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around Woody?
Me, I said that. I needed some money from him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
He's like, correction, ma'am.
And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you didn't in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he can Cleveland Avenue, because I don't know. I just wanted to talking.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
No, my head it hurt so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police what you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't remember some of it. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Woody stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Woody confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary
I
hearing?
already knew about it.
Say that again. sir.
I don't remember. I probably already knew about it.
Okay. And do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the If gang rivalry with YSL began because of Woody?
I don't remember. I told you my head hurting so bad.
Okay.
All right, so you have the ability and had the ability over lunch to have your pain medication
I'm
with you
allergic
and
to
to take it.
Tylenol. I'm allergic to a lot of medicine. If y'all would have
Uh,
got all these records like y'all
And
should
we
did.
talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
All right.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nut's death?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the post? They shoot at us, we don't tell, we shoot at them, they call the police?
I remember he just asked me about that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland, and you didn't know it was If gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't remember.
When you told the police, speaking about the lies, according to Mr. Shart, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Woody was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Woody had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut's murder, was that a lie?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Mooktunk and Kel were beefing about Trivia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor,
Thank you, Max.
I'm sorry. What Mr. Shart asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness if he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from a prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Literally no one argued that he lied about everything. And he has not testified
We are.
that he lied about everything. I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that, and we're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Let's
cross.
narrow your questions to things that were asked about on cross, please.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
I said guns that I was caught in possession of.
Okay, so you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of,
That I got caught with, yes.
that you got caught with. And one of those crime scenes was Lucci's mother's house, was that not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Woody or your prelim or somewhere else?
I don't know.
And when you told the police that Woody told Shannon and Hokey let's go right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up. Was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Woody, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house. Where did that come from? Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere
I
else?
don't remember. No.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Sorry, guys, I went on a bathroom break and they went on break. Crazy. Let's see. Is it a bench conference? Let me go back just so I can catch up with y'all. We'll go back a few seconds to see what she's complaining about.
Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere
I
else?
don't remember. No.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, where's she going with that? Oh, that happened right when I left. Okay. Let's see if they're back. You're not back yet. So it's a sidebar. I mean, that is like really strange questioning. Like, why is she asking about that? But it's also like, all right, it sounds like you're on a whole new redirect. Like where are we going with this? Weren't we just talking about a piece of footage that you were trying to bring in? Are we getting to that anytime soon? Are we getting there? Shenanigans. Let us keep it going with our supers. I think we were right around here. We welcomed Rhonda, and we're just waiting for them to come back from this bench conference to see what the result of that was. I've got it live, so as soon as they come back, oh, it looks like they're back. Let's go back. All right, here we are from the top. Mic's on. Mic's on. Put the mics on.
When you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, Thug's lawyer asked you about the tour dates and what tours or what shows you went to when defendant Williams performed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you whether you knew him, and by him, I mean Thug, in 2009?
Yes.
And you said that you did, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not defendant Williams was performing in 2009?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether Mr. Williams was performing in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him asking you whether you went to any of Mr. Williams' shows during those times?
Yes.
Do you see or do you have an independent memory of whether on May 13th, 2013, you were at one of defendant Williams' shows?
I don't remember.
I'm asking you. If you don't, that's okay. You can
No,
say
I
no.
don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether he was performing at either one of those shows that Mr. Steele asked you about on September 9th, 2013?
Do I know?
Correct.
If he had a show, he gonna perform.
Do you know whether he had a show on that date?
I don't remember the day.
All right. Do you know if he had a show on September 11th, 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if he had a show on January 6th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015?
I do not remember.
Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017, to your knowledge?
I was locked up.
Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of defendant Williams' music?
Yes, I still listen to the music, yes.
Okay. So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these dates?
I was locked up.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'm away from the world.
All right. When you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, who got it from Copeland. Do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from
No.
Garlington?
No.
Did the information you gave them about Lucci's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being
I
there?
don't remember.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I mean, I don't remember, but if we did, if we went to the mall and he bought us clothes, we probably going somewhere.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
That's the only time I remember.
Which time was that?
Whenever time y'all talking about,
And which time were you talking about?
I don't know. See, you keep saying like him buying y'all clothes, like you got to think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes jumped been in there. Like we grew up together.
Okay.
So like, why does that?
So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know. I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
Okay. And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan
Don't say it again.
a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Did I hear it for myself?
Yes, on any other day.
No, I told you. I think I heard it like somebody.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, Thug say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't be hearing it. Like I've been locked up all this time. Like
Okay.
I've been
So,
away from these folk. Like I don't remember nothing. I've been locked up 8 years. Like
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15. We just said that earlier.
You were not locked up then though, right?
No,
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
man, I don't remember.
Okay. Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just you keep asking me, and my mind ain't processing. Like you asking me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm okay. I'm just saying you asking me stuff I already answered. I keep telling you I don't know. If I remember, I tell you.
About that.
I don't tell you I don't remember everything.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stag?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I told you I know he had a vet. I ain't say nothing about no. I don't remember.
What did you start to say before I don't
I
remember?
knew he had a vet car. I told y'all that already.
Okay.
I don't remember nothing else.
And was that a vet that he owned?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't know the paperwork agreement.
Sustained.
All right. When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me, how did I know who I went with?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Woody and Mooktoon shot Kale, was that something that was true, something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't remember parts I lied about.
And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duop were going to meet Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon.
Shannon ain't tell me that. What you talking about?
Okay. So
I told you Shannon ain't tell me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon ain't tell me that, and I told y'all that.
Okay.
I think
Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact. I told you that I didn't get it from Shannon.
give up. You lost it. You don't got this.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know for a fact. I told y'all, asked, I didn't get it from him.
Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw Nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't remember. I ain't probably get it from nobody. I don't remember.
You think that was something you made up?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all beyond cross.
It is.
Judge, thank you.
Also with the cussing, you know, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed that the defense attorneys, whenever they're talking to the witnesses, they will censor themselves. They'll say the F word, the N word, this or that. There's still a level of professionalism. I noticed that Simone does that too. I don't know if they're using that as a strategy for the effect of how it lands with the jury members, but just notice the difference in both of these sides when they talk about some of these more difficult topics that do have cuss words in them. Love is, you know, the Rich Homie Quan thing, I just think out of respect, you know, he literally just passed away like 3 weeks ago. That was not good. This one, she could have said effed up, but it is what it is. Let's keep going.
Now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barber shop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, was that something you got from Copeland, Demikion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You can.
Another side back.
Thank you.
She's turning her mic off, so it looks like it is another bench conversation. I'm gonna bring it back up to current so we can wait until they get back. But yeah, this is crazy. I mean, a lot of these, remember I was talking about the concept of looping? You can loop for effect, but you gotta get the person to answer what you're fishing for. So if you know the answer to a specific question already, you know that there's a chance that they can answer it. There's an artful way of doing that. And a lot of that does involve not badgering your witness. You know, he doesn't feel well. He is telling her that right now. He wants us to wrap up, and she's like, I'll be quick. You'll be quick. But what you're doing is you're asking the same questions over and over. Some questions you're going to have to abandon. Some questions have to abandon ship. You're just not going to get it, but you might get something else, right? If he's telling you that, and if you respected what he was saying and worked with him a little bit, like, okay, and remind him, have you guys noticed that the defense attorneys do that? Like, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Mr. Zachary, can we get you anything? Doug did it yesterday. Doug did a great job yesterday with that, with the witness, kind of like bedside manner. Can we get you anything? We're going to make this fast. And then you actually deliver on that. So that way they know they're going to be done soon. With this, she needs the answers to those questions so bad that she's not letting it go. And she's coming back to it while he's pretty much under duress. Going back.
When you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
A lot.
Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely?
I already told y'all, Shannon, nobody ain't told me nothing.
Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington?
I said nobody ain't told me nothing.
And when you told the police that Shannon had a XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Nobody told me nothing.
Okay.
She's trying to
So,
get the name.
did you make that up too?
I don't know.
All right. And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland, as you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
All right.
The judge made her ask it that way. That's why I had that at the end of every sentence. Look at us getting on game. That's what happened in the last bench conference. A little side by.
When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something I lied about.
Okay. When you told the police that after seeing Woody staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that nigga Woody gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Somewhere I lied.
amount here. But let's go back in to more of the Copeland, Garlington, or somewhere else.
Okay. And when you told the police that Thug asked them, do you remember talking about Thug acting normal on cross-examination with Thug's attorney?
Jesus, was I muted?
What you mean?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking?
I done read this whole super chat muted. Okay, Tanise Leah, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I wanted to stop really quickly to acknowledge this one. Sorry, y'all are spamming me like, AD, you're muted, you're muted, you're muted. I'm actually 20 seconds ahead in the stream, and y'all are 20 seconds behind because of the streaming thing. So when y'all tell me that, I can't really see it until after I've said it. But anywho, I'm reading the super chat because it is super generous. And it says, hey, AV and friends. He's like, I can't speak for anyone else. We were friends. He just bought me shit. Love sucks. She's a terrible lawyer. She made him shut down. I have a new membership, but I have been behind the scenes for a very long time. Thank you so much, Denise Leah. I appreciate the membership. I appreciate you being here. And what I was saying, guys, is when you do get a membership, what happens is you'll get an email, but it won't tell you who gifted it to you. So if you're not here, that's what happens. Denise Leah, thank you so much for the generous super chat. And we're going to go back to Copeland, Garlington, or someone else. That's what you missed when I was muted. Thank you so much.
You whether you testified that Thug was acting normal after.
When he had me that today?
Do you remember at any time him asking you that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. When you told the police that Thug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I told you and them 1,000 times I lied. And I said it, I told them years ago I lied.
Okay.
So it ain't nothing new.
Okay, so would you tell the jury whether that was something just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't remember, I just know I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
What you mean? I ain't never said anything about nobody else.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Cause I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I don't understand what you saying. I know I told y'all years ago that I lied, and you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is,
And
in
I'm
that
telling
August,
you, I lied then. I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Thug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about whoever they asked me about.
So you didn't lie about Booty getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed, did you?
Everybody knew you got jumped.
Okay. Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Woody shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't remember.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rock Crew and YSL were the same thing?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying or asking you Isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015? Do you remember that?
I remember him.
Overruled.
Do you remember that?
I remember him saying something about the 2017 interview.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been not you, but a different, it was covered in cross. I'm not sure who asked it.
Okay.
but-
That was me.
Yeah.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that?
I think he said something like that.
And do you remember agreeing with him? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said different.
I think he said the officer or somebody was in there. I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what
Then
name?
he asked me why the officer or somebody didn't confront me or something. I don't remember. He said something like that.
Was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview? That
No, he was not my lawyer.
he was there on your behalf?
I don't know how he got there,
Okay.
but it later came out that he wasn't my lawyer though.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that reminded you that you had said
Yes, Jay.
a lot more about the murder than
Question.
in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duop and Nard?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duop and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I meant Shannon. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
You say, is it true that he told me? You asked me, I don't understand that question.
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office with Mr. Richardson present that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it?
It was a lie.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't understand the question.
You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it
I
differently over
don't
here.
remember. You would have had to
Okay.
show me for me to know. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I don't think they confirmed me. Ricky had asked y'all 2 years ago, did y'all have a video he can see? Y'all told him no. Y'all told me it wasn't no interview, just transcripts.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duop and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duop's on their pictures?
I don't remember, probably did.
Okay. When you were asked about the Lil Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
I don't know. Like y'all been asking me all these questions, like I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember it being said like that or something. I don't know.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
I remember y'all saying something about it.
Hmm?
I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not, correct me if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told Woody.
Um,
I know somebody else in the car, but Woody.
She's good at spinning webs. This is what she was doing when she was asking that question. Did you get it from Woody? Did you get it from Garlington? Did you get it from your preliminary or somewhere else? He knew what that was, and so she kept, asking that question. He kept saying no, 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 no. Now she's zeroing in on what she was trying to get. Did you get that only from Woody? And he just said yes. Love is actually good at spinning webs. She got what she needed. Hopefully she lets this man go, but let's see what happens next.
He told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to other?
I remember the car because I remember we wrecked the car.
And was it Woody who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't know. Woody said he thought it was Thug rental car. So I don't know.
You hear that? She got him to say,
I told him I know something in that car though. I told him I know something. Nobody in the car but Woody.
You told the jury earlier that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with Woody. You said something like that on Cross. Do you remember that?
I think I said he stopped coming around all the negativity. Like it was so much going on. I think I said that.
Do you remember specifically talking about Woody and Thug not hanging around Woody?
Yes, but I said he had a lot going on.
Do you remember when that was that you remember Thug stopped hanging around Woody?
I don't know.
Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015?
Man, Wood was already locked up, man. I don't know.
So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I don't remember. I just know I think Wood had got locked up summertime, so I don't know.
Do you know whether Woody actually talked to Thug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
June, I was locked up, so I don't know.
Okay, you were asked about Thug and Woody's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about.
June, I was locked up. So
Okay, so that's a no?
I was locked up. I mean,
When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information
Yes.
about other people that are locked up?
yes.
So were you locked up federally?
No.
Were you locked up in Fulton County?
Yes.
So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Woody is locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other? Do you not
No.
have access?
I was on different flow.
Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. Do you not remember getting, speaking with Sledge from inside the jail or Monkton? Why?
Me and Mook, I don't think if I talked to him and he was on the street, I don't even think I talked to him. What time you talking about?
While you were in the jail and he was in the jail?
Probably went to court, yeah.
And what about Garlington? You remember getting communication from Garlington while you all were both in jail?
He and Garlington and Sledge was on the case together. We go to court together.
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you?
I don't remember. Probably people in my dorm, I don't remember.
All right. What did you say?
People in the dorm, probably.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken the days or taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about it?
Sustained.
Do you remember being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
I think I remember. I think I took that picture. I was
Okay.
thinking about it.
Just the picture, though.
When I saw it, I remember the picture for some.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28th, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remembered about that night when you spoke with Shannon's attorney on cross-examination?
Did I what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th as you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Moontoon was drunk.
Your Honor, I was gonna let it go, but I'm gonna object to the misstatement of the testimony. His testimony was not that Mr. Slade.
Sustained.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Sharp asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him I don't know. I don't remember. I think I told him I was high myself, so I couldn't really tell.
And what does that type of high do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
A lot. I might be on 300-400 at a time.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to remember that?
Because I remember who I got in the car with.
Okay. Do you know what Trontavia Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
Okay. You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling him I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember. I don't remember. I don't remember. I told her, ask me all these questions. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me
Yeah.
and now I'm here? You remember that? Okay. Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I ain't called them. I remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I thought that was what I was doing, but I was told you I was young.
Did you lie when you told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours?
I don't remember.
You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting?
Who?
You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved. I didn't have nothing to do with that shooting.
I remember saying I lied. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask it again.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 5th, 2015 interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirmed for them Demikion's phone number?
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
We're over an hour since we got back.
Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on cross?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
What you mean, did it change?
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was
I
going
still was
on.
making stuff up.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Made stuff up and said stuff that I had already heard. I told y'all that.
Okay. And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand?
What?
Do you remember saying on cross?
I don't remember.
Okay. By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview?
What was my goal? Was it my goal?
Right.
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether you went into the 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories on
I
people?
don't remember.
Well, do you
Did I
remember?
tell stories?
Uh-huh.
I told stories, yes. Lies.
All right. And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim you told? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
Because I had already told the lies before.
Okay. And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Objection asked and answered.
You're not asking. Is that what you're saying?
What you mean? Like,
Why did you tell the lies you're now saying that you told in 2017?
'cause I lied. I don't know. I didn't know I lied. I don't get what you're saying. Like, I don't understand.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury?
What you mean?
The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies as you
I
put
don't
them
remember, man.
to the
I
jury?
don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Just one second.
Yeah, it's a circle. This is her tactic. She beats people down. Remember, it's the afternoon. So she's spinning the web when he's off. Oh, we're done.
Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein? All right.
Mr. Harvey has corrected me that I have reasons. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I didn't hear what you said before.
Well, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hey,
Your head hurt? You're going to be able to answer my questions?
if I know him, yeah.
Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So on redirect, Ms. Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington, okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Overruled.
So I didn't hear
Yes.
your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody,
Woody put Garlington in it. It was something Woody had.
something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with the story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection,
you.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duop and Nard being involved in Nutt's murder.
It was, I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with them, y'all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I don't
that.
remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of
Yeah.
Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
Why Woody was coming up with it?
Yeah.
He's just like, Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator. It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington. He's not asking about Woody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it in front of the jury.
Your question was about Garlington.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You've asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Ms. Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. You remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a benefit to
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Do you view that as a
Hang
benefit?
on, hang on.
Okay,
Go.
I'm asking him if he
I
views that
know,
as
and
a
there's an
benefit.
objection on the floor, which I haven't been able to hear yet. So
Wait.
wait and let me
My
hear it and
apologies,
rule
Your
on
Honor.
it.
So objection as to misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a benefit to you that you're over there and not here as it relates to the interview in 2015 and 2017? I would ask for clarification.
He's defending his client in something like that. At the end of the day, like his client's in jail and he's not. He's not. Let's keep going. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe let's see how the judge rules on that one.
About what it is that he was getting a benefit from.
Overruled.
Okay. I'll repeat that question to you. Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I ain't benefit off none of it.
You can benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
It made me
Objection,
no
Your Honor,
difference.
improper.
Let's
Sustained.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection, relevance.
It's directly relevant
Overruled.
to his motivation. Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steele? All right.
Come on, Steele. Let's get it. Thanks again, Tess.
Very briefly, you were asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug are performing, right?
Yes.
You were asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. You remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. Probably I think like the main. I don't know. I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug by this time is a big attraction in music?
Objection asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on Recross.
I know, but given the objection sustained.
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis
Objection,
Scott play
relevance to the
together? Is
crowd.
my question.
Say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right. You said you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing
Count is on the
for a lot of people? Do you remember that question on Recross Examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people, the Cleveland Avenue Park?
I told you, like, that was like, it wasn't that new, like, everybody about, like, yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
objection, relevance.
It came up on
Sustained.
Cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
You were asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on Recross?
Yes.
We're at 35. Thank you, Tess. Tess is counting.
From your vantage point, were people always trying to be around Jeffrey?
Uh,
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, vague and speculation. He can't.
Overruled.
Did,
36.
did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him
Objection, relevance.
when they,
Sustained.
37.
from your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
So
It
yeah,
was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Copeland used to come around, yeah.
Okay. You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, we shoot at them and don't report, they shoot at us and report. I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered on cross. I
30.
mean,
That was my question.
All right. Mr. Short, have you made a decision? Do you have any recross? All right. You are now free to go.
Oh,
It's on my leg.
Yes.
shout out to
We'll
Lil D.
take care of it.
He's done. He is running out of.
Your next witness. Okay.
All right, they're going to take off his ankle monitor. He's going home. We're up to our next witness. It's 3 o'clock. We have 5:30 till end of court. It is likely that we're going to have records custodians for the rest of the day. These are people that transported or transmitted some of the records used as evidence in this case. Last week, we had a Verizon lady. Type Lil D in the chat. That was excruciating for him.
Do y'all need a bathroom break before we start the next witness?
Yes, no. Is it, okay. A couple.
We're actually gonna have you step back out. We're gonna take a quick recess. Thank you.
All right, they're gonna take their bathroom break. Let's see if anything happens. Okay, and that brings us to current time. So thank you guys for typing Lil D in the chat. He's finally free after such a long week where he was shackled, had on belly chains, getting out the hospital, brought to the hospital, then brought to jail, then brought back to the hospital, then testified for 4 days without medication because he doesn't trust the state, with these people asking him questions about this case that they cannot prove. We still don't know how Young Thug has anything to do with this because Little D himself hasn't spoken to Young Thug since 2016. They bought this man still after he did time, put him on the stand, propped him up, asked him questions. He was hurting. To prove what? That is the question of the day. To prove what? Did we find Rico today from Little D's testimony? I don't see it. I mean, what we did discover is that there were more lies. And he used, and shout out to Doug. Doug caught this. Doug realized that he used the same finesse strategy, the thing that Little Woody used to do. Take a little bit of truth and a little bit of lies, and you mix it. That's the finesse. You mix it. These defense attorneys are trying to pull that out. And of course, as expected, during recross, those last few minutes, both Brian and Doug got hit with a shower of objections. Some of them didn't make sense. Some of them were just the words objection. She was trying to protect everything she had from that last recross. That took forever. She did get him to say that he lied. She did use her tangled web tactic. We see it over here. We see it. So the court's on a quick bathroom break. We're going to continue, but Little D is finally done. He is finally done. So they'll be back any moment now, but let's us look at our super chats. I think I left off right here. Shout out to Destiny with the 5. She says, so we just gonna ignore Love stealing Dexter's laboratory coat. Mixologist, where's Rico? 5 P's, proper preparation prevents poor performance. I love that, Destiny. I love that. Very cool. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You had a great comment. Shout out to Carmen, who became a member. Welcome to the squad, Carmen. Gonna love it here. Make sure you vote. Go to my community tab, Carmen. Let us know what Max Shard moment you really like. Same thing with Michelle, one of our folks. Make sure you go over there and check it out. And we'll go from there. Shout out to King Jiggy with the 20. He says, when you pass the bar, I'm putting you on retainer. Hey, I mean, I might be too busy for that. I'm just saying. The girl's moving up and she does the YouTube space. Jiggy, but maybe pro bono or something when I need some time. We can do that. Thank you so much, King Jiggy. Shout out to Anthony Peterson with the 5. Anthony says, judge putting Love on a leash may be a necessary evil to keep the trial moving. It might be. It might be, because sometimes, and you notice that this is what the judge does. When she wants her to stop, she'll say things like, Miss Love, I got to go to the bathroom. And then yesterday she just got up and went. She was just like, I don't have time for your shenanigans. I just got to go to the bathroom. Notice that the judge is starting to have abrupt moments where she just leaves. So thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5. Sammy says, if Love needs to prove Little D can read and write, she should have done that before having him sign the plea. Oh, that's a good point, Sammy. I didn't even realize that until you just said it. Very, very good point, because technically he signed the plea deal, and the plea deal has clauses that say that you fully understand this deal. Because he had immunity, right? Thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Marcy, who became a member. Welcome to our squad, Marcy. You're going to love it here. Make sure you also have an opportunity to go to the community tab and weigh in on the best of Max Shard, because we are grabbing footage and putting those videos together. Want to include our members in that process. Thank you, Marcy. Shout out to Lady BC with the 5. Lady says, thank you, Judge. Plenty of people can write in their own name. That's the thing. Like, some people can't read and write, but they can, well, is signing your name a part of writing? Does that qualify or is it an exception? What say you, chat? Let us know. But thank you so much, Lady BC. Appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, Little D, pick a 5-star hotel you want for the weekend, right? We about to, like, we're over here, like, we all feeling bad for him, but want something great to happen for him as well. I mean, at the same time, he's done his crimes, you know, lived that life, but now he's too doped up and sick to even participate in that stuff anymore. This was 9 years ago. These guys are all grown up now. Even Little D, we were looking at images when he was like 10 years old on the block. Like, why that even came up, I don't understand. But it came up. Shout out to Avenue Boy with a 5. Avenue Boy says, it's painting a false narrative, cutting the sound off. This is a disgusting trial. IDing Pix says nothing about being able to read and write. That's the same thing, because if you're identifying someone, that's more of an image recognition, right? Now, if you're able to read and write cognitively, those are very different skills. But being able to identify patterns or images or people in pictures is a different skill. That's visual identification versus the ability to read properly or write properly. Great observation, Avenue Boy. I like it. Thank you so much. Shout out to Howell across the pond with the £5. Thank you so much, Howell. Really appreciate that. Howell is actively tuning in from the UK. Our UK squad is growing by the minute. Howell is typically gifting out memberships and tapping in when he can. So he or she, I think it's he. But it's good to see you over here, Howell. Shout out to King Jiggy with another 20. King Jiggy says, redirect big ankle love to her damn seat. That's a good one. Thank you, Jiggy. Shout out to Avenue Boy again with the 2. Says, as my son says, AV went to take a nap. Oh, is this when I walked away? Well, that's the thing. Sometimes I need to, like, this before, like, if I need a coffee break or something, like, I'll just go get something to drink or, you know, bathroom break myself. But sometimes when I leave, you know, things happen, or if somebody's at the door. So we got the YSL Luna thing. This is a little bit small, though. I will say this, for those of y'all with big dogs, I think we need to talk to the manufacturer about getting bigger sizes. Because that was a little snug around her, and Luna's only like 20 pounds. So always something with merch, right? But thank you so much, Avenue Boy. AV went to go take nap. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 5, says pronouns. I miss what we were talking about. Sometimes I miss them, TLGC. Court is on a quick bathroom break. They will be back any second now, and we will be catching up with them, seeing what's going on for the rest of the day. We have 2.5 hours left of court time, and it appears that we will be having some custodial witnesses. Atkins did say the state is calling XYZ person, so he is likely going to be doing the direct on the next witness, and then we'll likely have some cross. They did have some cross examination for the Verizon lady. I think it was it Max? Somebody had some questions for the Verizon lady who was the last records custodian that we saw. So we'll see what happens. Also at issue is we thought they were going to bring Mr. Sprinkle back after Lil D, but it sounds like they want to go through the records people. And honestly, like, I don't know if I could stomach Sprinkle today. Well, so usually what I do when I'm asking witnesses questions is this. Like, I don't know if we can, I don't have the patience for that today. If you guys do, maybe. I mean, but we'll see. Thank you so much, TLGC. Shout out to Muffin with a 5. Muffin says, AV, I asked this question yesterday, but is it considered disrespectful to point? Ooh. In some cultures, yes. In legal decorum, that is, my criminology professor used to say this all the time. He says the words "it depends" are too sexy words because it really does depend on the situation. Pointing in what demeanor? Pointing at a person, I believe, can be considered rude. Pointing at things or objects is very different. You know, we have that big clicker and the pointers that are used in courtrooms all the time. If you're using a demonstrative, Sometimes you'll see that big classroom pointer from, when we were all in school. Sometimes you'll see people with a laser pointer to point at things from across the room. Pointing at a person directly, it's almost like you're being, when your grandma's yelling at you, "You did not take out the trash." It's very, evasive, like body language wise. One of the channels I really enjoy on YouTube, what is it? The Body Language Guys, Body Language Channel, the Body Language People. I don't know. There's like a panel of like 4 body language experts. They're amazing. They're so good. And they typically look at the way that people's body language is. If you look at the actions of, like, dear viewer, if you're watching me right now, whether you're on your TV, wherever, look at the screen for a second. If I'm like, hit the like button, that seems a little aggressive. Hit the like button now. That's aggressive. Even if I say it nice, you hit the like button. Do you see how that comes across?
You can take a seat. If you
Anyway,
want to.
there,
We'll
Beth.
actually
Thank you so
just
much,
stand and
Muffin.
then okay. Now let's do that in front of the jury.
The behavioral panel, yes.
I mean, 5 or 5:30 depends where, we are with witnesses. How long do you think this witness will be?
I expect about an hour, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, and then do we have another witness what's the next witness up? Hmm? Hmm? Oh, okay.
She's still talking. We can't hear you.
So maybe just these 2, maybe one more, I don't know. Because y'all's time estimates are not always spot on. I mean, I don't know who she said, but I'm just talking about how many more witnesses there'll be for today. Sounds like this, at least one other, maybe one other after that, but that seems like about it. I don't either.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. They are at the bench. Atkins is getting ready to bring up this expert witness. It sounds like there may be one other witness after this one. Atkins has the floor for the next hour, maybe a little bit of time for redirect, but let's see what this witness reveals if he gets us any closer to Rico. That being said, since we got a little dead time, thank you, Muffin, for that question. Shout out to Orlando with the 10 says, was the clothing brand called Rico? No, it had something to do with an S and a, what's the name of Thug's clothing brand, guys? I forget off the top of my head. The clothing brand was definitely not Rico. Let me come back over to this tab, see what y'all say. Thug's clothing brand, I remember it has like the S and the snake. Spider. Thank you so much, December Winter. It's called Spider. Thank you, Orlando, for the super chat. But it's called Spider, not Rico. Shout out to TLGC. Love thinks she's slick. She was trying to emasculate the brother while telling him that Thug took y'all shopping. Love cold-blooded. Lil D caught that jab. He did. K-Wax is in Florida. You guys get hammered with hurricanes. Florida man has nothing on Loveless. Thank you, K-Wax. Denise, I call you. Tennis. Tennis? I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5 says, AV, I love when you get passionate on mute. Me too. And it's always when I'm cooking. Oh, wait, Sammy. Oh, yes. 5. Shout out to Deshonda with the 5, says the state's witness in the Young Dog trial is nothing like these witnesses. I watched day 1 last night and he is giving it all up over there. Yeah, I heard there was like confessions very early on. Thank you, Deshonda. Nurse O with the 10 says Love needs to check her ego. She's so busy to prove that she's right, she screws her case. I'm still trying to figure out how she got to this position. Me too. If we have some time, maybe I'll pull up her bio soon. Shout out to Brian with the 5 says, whatever happened to the video she wanted to show? Did I miss it? I think maybe the judge didn't because she ended up not showing it. So that's probably what happened, Brian. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, who is Thug's manager? Any alleged involvement? Well, allegedly, Thug's manager is the one who did the independent, not Thug himself.
Your Honor, may the witness be sworn in?
Yes,
All right, here we go.
although not yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
You swear to further testimony you're about to get a
Find out right now.
Yes, I will. You may proceed. Please state your first and last name and spell on both, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricardo Leal. It's Ricardo. First name spelled Leal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leal. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
Yes, so I work for T-Mobile Corporation, which is a mobile phone carrier.
How long have you been with T-Mobile?
So I started with T-Mobile back in April of 2020. There was a merger that transpired on that date. Prior to that, I worked for Sprint Corporation, which was another telephone company. And so I worked with them, basically started with them in 2002.
Was the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
So I serve as a records custodian when subpoenaed. My job title is testifier. So basically, I authenticate records, explain records, how they're kept in the normal course of business, do a lot of reviewing records, those types of things.
How many trials have you testified in?
So I've testified in over 450 in my tenure. I've been doing this part of my job for quite some time.
Do you travel across the country or do you have a specific region that you cover?
All throughout the United States and other places as well.
So to become, what did you do, let me take a step back, before you began working with Sprint, before it merged with T-Mobile?
So when I worked at Sprint, I would have been an analyst, essentially. Subpoena analyst is what they called it. So my job function was to review legal demands, verify that legal demand, then send out the information that is being asked for through legal process. However, the requester was asking for it. So essentially, that's what I was doing for a number of years. And then I headed up a team that was an immediate response group that they could get their information sooner by paying a fee. And then I transitioned into the job that I'm currently doing. But at the time, it was with Sprint.
And would subpoenas from law enforcement agencies be one of the requests that you would review when you were an analyst?
Correct. That would be one of the formats. So subpoena, search warrant, court order, search warrant having the most available. They would be able to get the most information with the judge's signature. That's kind of how that process works.
What type of documents did you get familiar with as an analyst responding to those legal requests?
So mainly was call records pertaining to subscriber information, the call detail records, which is the network information that could have other information like cell tower information, billing records. That's the main things that were being asked for, and still to this day. There are some other records that we have as well. But those are the main things. Later on, as the progression became more prevalent, text information was being asked for, data, because your phones became user-friendly to be used for search engines, those types of things, for data. So those were often asked for too.
Can you differentiate the call detail records from the other records you've described for the jury?
Sure, absolutely.
How would you describe or differentiate them?
So the call records would show the
So-
calls that were taking place. It will have the different numbers. It will also depend on what type of call record. It will show duration time. It'll have dates. Also tower information, if that was asked for, that information would be within the record. Also, on the format, when we send the information out, it shows what is being asked for through legal process. Like, it gives exact accounts of the information that's being sent out.
Now, in working with Sprint, was it through experience or training that you became familiar with these records and what they contain?
So it was on-the-job training, and over time, I would be answering questions with whoever was asking for the information. So it took a lot of me trying to get understanding of what I was looking at, and then over time, I had to learn the T-Mobile records as well, which was more of a formal training versus how I started at Sprint. It was a different time, back in 2002. But yeah, quite a big difference between 2002 and 2020.
Fair enough. Can you describe for the jury what training you had to get familiar coming from Sprint with T-Mobile records?
So there was a training that happened. It was during COVID. Basically, it was several days of going through the formats of how the records are kept at T-Mobile and the information that T-Mobile carries and how their information is kept in comparison to how the information is kept at Sprint. So there was kind of like a dual training going on where the T-Mobile folks were filling us in on their info, and we were doing the same to them with the Sprint information, because two different networks, information being kept, all similar processes and everything, but the content was in different formats and it was kept differently according to time.
Now, you had mentioned subscriber information as documents that you sometimes have to discuss. Can you
Yes.
describe what is contained in Sprint or T-Mobile subscriber information records?
Generally speaking, the subscriber information would contain the account information with the account holder and or subscriber if the subscriber of the phone is different than the account holder. Basically, it would have identifying information if it was not a prepaid subscriber. If it's a postpaid subscriber, there's a verification process that takes place. And essentially, in that verification process, they're enabling the person that wants to subscribe to the phone to be able to get billed. And so they do a credit check. Unlike a postpaid subscriber, they'd be paying up front, or a prepaid subscriber, pardon me, they would be paying up front. And so those are some of the differences, but the elements within the subscriber information could have other information like the type of account, the equipment or the handset number that is associated with the telephone number. It has other identifying information that's network information that also coincides with how the layout is for the subscriber information. But those are some of the things. It would have like activation dates, like when the account was activated, when the number was activated within that account if it wasn't the only telephone number. There are accounts that could have multiple numbers within a specific account, if that makes sense.
When you were just discussing prepaid versus post paid for subscriber,
Yes.
how was the name created or chosen for prepaid versus post?
So with prepaid, it could be anything. So it could be what that person wants it to read. It's non-verified. So basically there's no verification process that takes place. If I wanted to open a phone and get my own phone, I could say, I wanted to say Donald Duck. That could be on there. So that's just the way it is. Because it's non-verified, like postpaid subscriber, there's no credit check being run. They're not showing an ID or anything that has identifying information. There's no requirement. So that's how that works.
You've also mentioned, and we briefly discussed call detail records. Are call detail records kept in the regular course of business with T-Mobile?
Yes, they are. And they're kept for billing purposes.
Is there any other purposes that, well, I'll ask another question. I'll
Sure.
come back to that. Is any of the information include cell site tower information?
Yes, that's part of the network information. And so the network information would include cell tower information as part of the things that were transpiring within the network prior to the billing process.
And with subscriber information data, with call detail record data, and cell site tower data, what are the various purposes or reasons why T-Mobile keeps those documents in the regular course of business?
So it's mandated that we keep this information by the FCC for a certain amount of time, but we have to be able to bill our customers. So that's why the network information, we keep that. From that, we would be able to ascertain the billable calls for each customer, and then they would be able to send that bill out. Now things are different with unlimited. Oftentimes there's not as much information that's being sent out because of that unlimited plans, but they still generate bills because it's mandated by the FCC. It's also network optimization. They use the information that we have to be able to review if there's any disputes for calls that didn't take place or those types of things. That was more of a thing back when each call was being accounted for, right? You're getting numerous amounts of calls, extra fees, like those types of things. But those are two of the main reasons. And then the subscriber information is kept for a more lengthy period of time because to be able to see in a timeline the subscribers that had different numbers for an amount of time.
Now, before you came testifying here right now, did you and me meet and go over some documents?
Yes, we did.
Did that include any CDs or discs with information on them?
Yes, I reviewed a handful of discs as well as all the information within those discs.
And did you make any markings on those discs after you reviewed them?
I did on the outside envelope.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 515 Yankee through 519 Yankee. And for both 515 through 520, there's a Yankee and a Yankee Alpha corresponding with each number. And so I'm also, Your Honor, approaching the witness with 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee. And for those last three, there is a 520 Yankee Alpha and a Yankee Romeo for those last three.
Okay.
I've handed the witness those exhibits. When you're done reviewing them, sir, just look up and let me know.
Okay.
What are those that I've asked you to look through?
So these are all requests that were sent out through legal process with Sprint or T-Mobile. So there's several of each, but it's mainly the disc and then subscriber information and some certifications within the packets.
Now, I'll start with 515 Yankee through 518 Yankee. Are those, or 515 Yankee, 516 Yankee, and 517 Yankee, are those three Sprint?
Yes, they're all Sprint correspondence, so the records that were sent out through the Sprint process.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber call detail records and cell tower information for those corresponding records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 515 Yankee, 515 Yankee Alpha, 516 Yankee, 516 Yankee Alpha, 517 Yankee, and 517 Yankee Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Now, sir, do you also have 518 Yankee, 519 Yankee before you?
Yes, I do.
And do they have a corresponding alpha that is printed?
Yes,
And are those T-Mobile records?
they are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber information, call detail records, and corresponding cell site information for those T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 518 Yankee, 518 Yankee Alpha, 519 Yankee, and 519 Yankee Alpha.
Admitted.
Now, was there also with the last documents, and by last, I mean 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee, and those three numbers have a corresponding Alpha and Romeo? Do you see those three, sir?
I do.
Did you and me also go through those documents?
Yes, we did.
Do those documents have a business record certification alongside them?
They do.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business record certification, the state would tender State's Exhibit 520 Yankee, 520 Yankee Alpha, 521 Yankee, 521 Yankee Alpha, and 522 Yankee, 522 Yankee Alpha into evidence. And the corresponding business record search for the record are the numbers with the Romeo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to start with,
Oh, did he say?
we're going to go in order, sir. So 515 Yankee, I wanted to talk about those first.
Okay.
And specifically, do you have before you a 515 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what 515 Yankee Alpha is to begin?
I will. So this is the response pages for the request. Basically has the information for the person that extracted, that was in charge of getting the information through the legal process within my group at Sprint. It has the date of the correspondence, as well as we generate a case number, but it has the person that requested the information, has their information on there as well. And then it begins with basically on page 2, the dates for the information, as well as the number for that specific request.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 515 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, Can you explain for the jury, what is this on the top left when it has a Sprint case number? What does that indicate?
So with every request that is received, a Sprint case number, or T-Mobile has the same type of thing, but a number is generated
Whose phone?
that correlates with that specific request. And so the case number is 2015, in this case, -032151. So you could look up the information that was sent out. We would have a record of it. That's basically what that is.
And what is the phone number associated with 515 Yankee Alpha?
The phone number is 678-278-5991.
Now, what agency requested these records from Sprint?
It was the Atlanta Police Department.
And who specifically with the Atlanta Police Department requested these records?
It was Ari Bleifeld.
Business record.
Now,
I'll be fine.
I'm scrolling to page 2 of 515 Yankee Alpha. Who was this account? What person was the bill and account name under?
It was under the name of Kenneth Copeland.
And what was the address?
Guys, these are little Woody's phone records that he's about to test. It just got hot in here. It just got hot. Let's go.
Associated with this phone record?
878 Oakland Drive.
Now, what was the date range for this request?
It was January 1st, 2015 through February 6th of 2015.
What date was this account created?
So the account was established on October 29th of 2014.
Now, I wanted to ask you, if you turn to the third page, do you see a line titled equipment?
Yes.
Yeah, his symbol,
Now,
everything.
what is that? What does this tell you?
So it basically shows the equipment that's being utilized with the electronic serial number. And so each handset has a ESN or electronic serial number that correlates with that handset. The phone carriers keep track of.
Here's what I think they're trying to do with this witness. So they have Little Woody's phone records. It looks like the Atlanta Police Department requested it after he talked to them in January regarding Nutt's murder. So what they're doing right now, and if you looked at the date of the letter, it was February of 2015. So it's after Little Woody talked to them. So we know that Little Woody had Sprint. They called Sprint. They requested his phone records. So we're going to see how this works, because what I suspect if they're going to try to do with these phone records is to see if they can place Little Woody at or around the scene of the crime. Because a big part of this is the information, the hearsay information that Woody had mentioned in the interrogation videos, right? Like, because remember, the defense is trying to pick apart the fact that the investigation was not done properly. Now, the prosecution is going to show that we did do the investigation properly, hence Little Woody's phone records. Now, the question becomes, these are just Little Woody's phone records. Who else do you have that places you at the right place? The other thing that they could be trying to do is the McDonald's, where all of them got together. The only thing that this does is that it only places Woody's phone in a particular place. So we'll see where they go with this, but that is at least my suspicion, but let's see what happens.
Of that information. If there was a change, it would also show if a handset was activated or canceled for whatever reason. I get a new phone. It would show that information.
Now, are you able to tell if this is a pre or post-paid account? And if so, how?
Yes. So with Sprint, in the network access identifier, which is close to the top of the page where it's just under where it says effective. It has the name of the subscriber, and it'll usually have a numeral next to it. And then it has at sprintpcs.com. When I see that, I know that it's a postpaid subscriber. It's a verified subscriber. If it was prepaid on the Sprint network, it would have something like, oftentimes it would be like Boost Mobile. Boost would show up instead of Sprint PCS, or Virgin Mobile. Those were some of the prepaid components of Sprint, unless it was with a reseller. And so if it was with a reseller, they would have the subscriber information if there was any on a postpaid or a prepaid subscriber rather. So a non-billed subscriber.
Now, sir, did you see, and I'm trying to show this on the screen for you as well, where it has features with a number of asterisks?
Yes.
Right above that, where it says effective 12/15/2014, and then it has expiration. Can you describe for the jury what that means?
So basically that phone was effective. It was being utilized from December 15th, 2014 through the date searched. So for the entire date range, it was an effective active number, essentially, or phone.
Now I'm going to scroll to, and before you see where it has request type in bold, then it has a date range.
Yes.
Is this the date range that corresponds with when these records were requested for?
That's correct.
And it was January 1st through February 6th of 2015.
Yes.
Now, the disc that before you, that's 515 Yankee.
Yes.
Is that the records that correspond with this subscriber information?
That is correct. It's all the information that was asked for outside of this subscriber information. Basically, the call detail records as well. They can be quite voluminous. So.
Now, I'm going to publish for you 515 Yankee.
Okay.
You let me know if you can see it on the screen there.
I can see.
Now, is this what you and me reviewed before coming into court?
Yes.
And I wanted to walk through for the jury so they could, what these contain. So this first Word document, what is this document?
So that's most likely it's the subscriber information, or it's the help aid to interpret the information. That when we send it out, we send out a help aid always with the records.
I meant for it to, give me 1 second. I thought it would publish on your version, but it did not. Can you see it now?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is the help aid, or the keys to understanding. And so basically it would break down all the information that is being received as far as the call detail reports.
And if I want to, do you see this column where it says cell sites?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, what does this information and why is it included in these type of requests?
Sure. So basically it's highlighting all the different switch information for all the switches that are kept throughout the United States. as well as the identifying information. So it's called a network identifier. All that information is part of the record. So basically, this is an overview of all the towers in the United States. But for the specific record that you look at, as far as the call detail record, depending on where that phone's operating, it would have those specific network element IDs for that area. And so with Sprint, you would have a list that coincides with it. And then you would be able to determine the latitude and longitude for that specific tower that works in conjunction with the switch. So basically, a switch conducts the switch to happen from one telephone number to another telephone number. 100 years ago, it was an operator. There was a person that would physically switch a phone to get to its destination. With the network, it's a system. And so it does the switching in the system. That's pretty much how that works. But we give you the overview of all the towers. So you can be able to identify the information, as well as inside of this information, it kind of explains the different nuances of the towers as well and how they're set
You
up.
see it, Rasan? They train
Now,
us.
for example, with the records that T-Mobile, or in this case, Sprint at the time, would send back, if a law enforcement agency asked for phone records for 30 days and someone traveled to 10 different states, would the records from that be different or not different in relation to the cell site tower you're talking about for someone who stayed in one state? Their phone stayed in one state.
Right. So anytime there's movement, you're going out of state, the switch would also be typically in the other state as well. So that's kind of how that works. There's switches all throughout the United States. And then for every switch, there's several, could be 100 or more towers that are associated, probably more than 100 with each specific switch, just depending on the population density. And so I'm just going to give you an example. If I was on my phone and I left Georgia and I went north to New York, and I had been using my phone the entire time, getting on calls or whatever while I'm driving through my sync, of course. But anyways, every time you get on a call, it would then have the network information that would correlate with the switch and towers that are in those specific states that you're traveling through.
Now, I want to go back to what's contained in 515 Yankee. So do you see how there's 3 Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm going to open these and walk through them with you, starting from top to bottom.
doxing time. But who did Little Woody call? That's what I want to know.
Now, when you were just describing the different tower information that would come back from a request, what is this Excel spreadsheet that's contained within 515 Yankee?
So this is the NEID list, or the switch information. And
That's Miami.
basically it's a list.
Is it Miami?
On the record, it would have the identifying information, and you would have to refer to this list to be able to plot the latitude and longitude. So with the Sprint records, you have to look up the list, and then you would use the cell ID number to locate the latitude and longitude for each specific sector of a tower, essentially.
Now, what you see, this Excel is titled NEID 207.
Yes.
What does that mean, and what is after that title of this document?
Sure. So it's the network element ID, and then it's the name of that any ID, which is 207. And then it shows where that switch is, Miami, typically.
He just said it, it's Miami. So these are Little Woody's phone records. They're going to place him in Miami. So interesting. I thought it was Miami just because of the MIAUFL. So I'm thinking Miami, United States, Florida. But let's go.
It's going to be where that switch is operating. It's the name of the list.
Now I want to show you, I'm going to open up
That's right, Kim.
another XL that was in 515 Yankee, and I want you to describe for the jury. Let me know when this pops up. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
What
Atlanta.
switch location is this XL spreadsheet associated with 515 Yankee?
So this one's Atlanta. It's number 176. So it's network element ID 176.
Now, finally, I'm going to publish the last Excel spreadsheet in 515 Yankee and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
And while I'm pulling that up, you know how on the subscriber sheet it said status A? What does that mean on the different lines of the subscriber information page when it has status A?
It's active. And so if there was a cancellation, it would say status C.
What process goes into deactivating an account from the subscriber's end in these records that we're discussing?
It just depends. So it could be they stop paying. It could be that they got a new phone and that would show activation cancellation. Or they said they were going to go to another carrier. There's all different variables, right?
Do you know what steps T-Mobile takes to deactivate an account on their end as the provider?
Same type of thing. I mean, those are all instances of how an account or number could get deactivated, right?
Understood. Now, I'm going to publish for you the last XL in 515 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Now, for purposes of, I'm going to increase the font here for you on this top row.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury in general while I'm doing that what these are?
Sure. So these are the columns. And basically it's interpreting the entire record in their column headers, right? The calling number is the number that's doing the calling. You can see at the bottom in green, that's the PTN or personal telephone number. That's the number that the record relates to, right? And then you have the called number and the dialed digits. So the called number is the number that's being called. And then it breaks it down. If there are no dialed digits, that's an indication that it's a text message, because the way that text correlate with the records, they don't show the dialed digits because it goes through a text message gateway.
So with on that note, you see how these first roughly 10 columns are blank, and then you have numbers here in the column I've highlighted. What's the difference between, are these top ones text and this some type of phone call?
Correct. And it will allude to that later. But then you have the mobile roll column, which is identifying inbound would be a call coming in, outbound would be a call going out. There's another nuance that you might see in there that's routed. There's two types of routed calls. And generally, a routed call is going to have an inbound portion and a portion that's routed. It's when the receiver is outside of its normal coverage area and the switch is trying to locate that person or phone, essentially. And so it's being routed by a temporary local dialing number. And it's only on inbound calls or if a call goes to voicemail. Those are the instances where you'll see routed. And when you see a call that goes to voicemail, it will have like 6245 in parentheses and the dialed or the call number column is where it would show up.
For a quick example of that, I'm going to move. Do you see the highlighted column to 14?
Yes.
And where it says routed call?
Yes.
Is this what you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct. So those two lines are paired together, essentially. It's all one transaction, but on the record, it shows two lines.
And do you mean what is listed as 14 and 15?
Yes.
Now, going to after that inbound, outbound, or routed column, can you describe for the jury or walk through? You have start date, end date, duration. Can you describe and walk through these for the jury?
Yes. And so the start date is the date and the time. The time's in military time. So that first transaction is like 1 minute after midnight and 20 seconds. Then it has the duration, as I spoke to earlier. There's no time involved in text, so it's always going to be 0. As far as talk time.
Really interesting.
And then you have the start date and the end date. The duration would be 0. If it was a call or there was a network, it was attached to the network, it would then have time involved. And then it has the network element ID for those.
At the NEID?
Correct. For those ones in 0, it's showing that number 198 or 194, 198. Those are all text message gateways. They're in that interpretation sheet that we looked at earlier, the key to understanding the information. All those are broken down in there.
It's more on the break.
And then it coincides with the specific repo.
What is a repo number?
Basically the switch list, right?
Understood. Now, I want to ask you something. What, for Sprint records in 2015, what time zone were the records in or kept in?
So for any text message transactions within the Sprint record, it would be in Central Time.
Oh.
And so you would have to add an hour to get to Eastern Time.
What about for phone calls?
Phone calls are switch time. So wherever that switch was, that's where it would relate to.
So if you use the switch in Atlanta, Eastern Time, they would be in Eastern Time?
Correct.
And if you used a switch in Texas, Central Time, it would be Central Time?
That's correct.
And is it based on like in these records, if this cell phone provider, which is attributed to Mr. Copeland, made a call and was in Eastern Time, would all of the calls be in Eastern Time or something else, regardless of who they dialed to?
It would be wherever the phone's being utilized. So it would go back to the switch information.
And if someone that was in, say, California called someone who was in Atlanta, how would the records on the Atlanta call providers come in? What time would come in for that incoming call?
Wherever that person is that's utilizing that number. So you'd have to have the records for the other number, but wherever the physical phone is, connected to as far as the switch, that's where that would relate to the records.
So for someone who remained on Eastern time, regardless of where they're receiving calls, their records would stay in Eastern time.
Correct.
Now I want to go through just a couple more. Well, what does this last two columns mean that says first cell and last cell?
Sure. So basically the first cell and the last cell breaks down. There's a series of numbers once you go past those zeros. One is the sector or side of the tower. And then 7848 on that first cell that we're looking at, it's the second line up, is the cell ID number. And so you would have to go to the list that we looked at earlier, which is 207, any ID list, or repo 31. Look on the left-hand column for 7848, that's the cell number, and then look at the first input. That would give the exact information for that tower. And then it finalized on that tower. So it would be the same location for that tower information that you would physically see on that list.
Now, earlier you had mentioned if the duration is 0, it's a text. Is there any significance to this first cell, last cell columns having a 0 versus numbers?
Not for text, no.
So if it's a 0 here, does that mean it's a text?
Yes, but if the phone was off or out of battery and it was there was calls coming in, it would also show 0.
Understood. Now, would these records that we're walking through, would applications such as FaceTime or WhatsApp or Telegram show up in these documents?
No.
Now, do you have before you 516 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, I do.
Publishing 516 Yankee Alpha for the jury? Now, who made this request for 516 Yankee Alpha?
So it's Kevin Leon Pacher. I guess that's how that's pronounced.
William
Sounds
Packer?
French. Yeah, or Ian Packer.
And are they what agency were they with when they made the request?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what is the phone number that was requested?
The number is 470-262-2643.
What was the date that these records were provided to the Atlanta Police Department that made the request?
The date that they were provided was, let me look here. It was August 28th of 2015.
Now I want to turn to page 2. What records were, or let me start with this. I'm going to go to the middle of page 2. What is the account name associated with these records?
So the account name is Kelvin Treadwell.
And what was the request? Do you see where it has request type in bold?
Yes.
This might.
What all was requested?
So there were several things that were requested. It was subscriber information, call detail records with cell site, and then the per call measurement data.
What was the date range for the call detail records with the cell site for this phone number?
It was January 1st, 2015 through August 26th of 2015.
Now, what date was this account established?
The account was established on February 14th of 2014.
And was this a prepaid or postpaid account?
It was postpaid.
And what page are you on to determine that? Is that page
3.
3? On page 3, is it near where it has equipment?
Correct. Above equipment, it goes back to sprintpcs.com.
Now, was there any changes in this account in terms of cancellations, activations, or anything of that nature?
Yes. So there was a phone change, like the handset changed on July 29 of 2015.
Who is Kelvin Treadwell? Is Calvin Treadwell Shell Kel? Because I thought that was Kelvin Watts. So what's happening here is we have another person's name. That's why I'm trying to figure out who Kelvin Treadwell is. I remember Love mentioning this earlier because whatever is happening, they're trying to connect Woody's phone to this phone. Could be. Let's see. Let's see how this plays out. But it is interesting. I know it's a little dry, but it's very interesting.
One handset was canceled and then another one started.
Y'all saying it's OG Bentley.
Now, the records we just walked through that had the duration, the different columns we walked
Yes.
through with the jury, is these records also Sprint?
Yes.
Does the call detail records associated with 516, are they in the same format of what we just walked through with the jury?
Yes.
So the Excel spreadsheet would have the same data columns for this phone number.
Same type of information, just relating to the other number.
Now I want to turn to 517 Yankee Alpha. Is that also a Sprint record, 517 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 517 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, who made this request for the records in 517 Yankee Alpha?
It was a L. Gaither with the Atlanta Police Department.
What was the date that these records were returned to Detective Gaither with Atlanta Police Department?
It was May 28th of 2015.
Now, turning to page 2, what was requested by Detective Gaither with these records?
The cell site information with the call detail records, along with subscriber information for the date range of January 10th, 2015 through May 20th of 2015.
Now, do you see on account details?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury if this is pre or postpaid account?
So it's a prepaid account. And basically it's a reseller. The reseller name is Red Pocket. Basically, resellers lease lines from the parent company, which in this case is Sprint. And they lease blocks of lines and operate their prepaid business. So if there were any subscriber information, you would have to get it from that specific reseller.
And for these records, were call detail records with the disc that you reviewed for 517 Yankee, were there call detail records that were returned for this cell phone?
Yes.
Ending in 5726, and would it have the same columns as the first 2 Sprint records we just discussed with the jury?
Absolutely. It's the same information. It's our network information. It's just being, and that's why we were able to respond to the request. But basically, it just is because it's a prepaid and it's operating through the reseller. If there were any subscriber information, they would have that.
Now, let me ask you this. When requests are made, if I requested from January 1st till December 31st of a year, would I ever get more or less records from T-Mobile or Sprint that I requested? And if so, why?
So we're only able to give what is asked for. I'm not saying humans don't make mistakes, but it could happen where more information was given than they were supposed to, but we have to divulge that information if that's the case. And so it could have less depending on if the phone was being utilized. Say the date range was for a year, but they stopped using the phone in September, then you wouldn't have the rest of the 3 months, right? So that's a thing too. But yeah, we would provide everything that we had for that specific date range.
Now, I want to turn to 518 Yankee and 518 Yankee Alpha. Is that T-Mobile records versus Sprint?
Yes.
And I want to discuss what is the last four of 518 Yankee Alpha?
The telephone number?
Yes, sir.
It is 7604.
And Your Honor, I'm publishing 518 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Who is, or I should say, what is the billing name for this?
So the billing name is Trey Brock.
Is it Trez Brock?
Yes.
And what agency or who made this request?
So it was requested by Michael Sprinkle at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Uh-oh. What is Sprinkle?
When was this requested information provided to Mr. Sprinkle?
October 26th of 2016.
And for these records, what was requested?
Subscriber information and call detail records were requested.
Were cell tower information requested for this number?
Yes, that was included in the cell records.
And do you know if this was a pre or post-paid account?
It's prepaid.
And what was the date that this account was activated?
The account activation date was April 10th of 2013.
Now, I want to publish 519 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
Is this also T-Mobile records?
Yes, it is.
Now, who made this request for 519 Yankee Alpha?
It was made by the David Razy with the Cobb County Police Department.
When were these records provided to Detective Racy with Cobb County?
On January 16th of 2016.
What is the last four of this phone number that Detective Racy requested?
It's 9596.
Now, what is the subscriber name for this particular record?
The subscriber name is Dorothea Greer.
What is under, do you see where it says device details?
Yes.
What is, I'm going to scroll down. What is the MSISDN name indicate?
That's the MISDN or telephone number.
And what is the account details name for this, or subscriber details at the top?
It's Kendra Cohen.
What is the reason, or what's the difference between subscriber details and this device details name?
So this is basically an account that Kendra Cohen opened up, but there was a number that was being associated with the account. You could have multiple telephone numbers under one account, and the name that they gave for that specific telephone number was Dorothea Greer as the person using the number.
Now, what was the date range requested for this 9596 number?
I'd have to look at the actual request. It doesn't show the exact date range in the T-Mobile subscriber info.
Understood. Now, is there any activation or cancellation for this phone number?
So the activation date was February 16th of 2012 for the account. And then the termination date was April 28th of 2015.
What was the disconnect reason?
It doesn't give a reason for the disconnect other than it was canceled.
Do you see under device details the MSISDN disconnect reason column in the middle of the page?
Oh, at the customer request. So the customer requested it.
Now, initially we talked about T-Mobile records. Are these, or excuse me, Sprint records, is the call detail records and cell site tower for T-Mobile, is it in the same or different format?
It's a totally different format. With T-Mobile, the cell tower information's on the call detail record. You don't have to go to a separate list to be able to view that information and correlate the two. It's on the record itself. It does give an address. The address is really there for engineering purposes to locate where that tower is located. If you were to plot the information, you would want to use the latitude and longitude. It still has the same identifying information within the record as you would see on the Sprint records as far as the different components of the cell tower.
Now, I'm going to publish the call detail records contained within 519 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe, I'm going to, for these columns and what they indicate for the jury? I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you.
I can.
Are the first two the date and time of the calls?
Yeah, it's just in a little bit of different order, but it's the time, the times in military time.
What about the time zone?
So in order to get it to the time zone, these records are kept in universal coordinated time, which mirrors Greenwich Mean Time. You have to do a conversion. And so to get to Eastern time, it would be either -4 hours or -5 hours. It just depends on if it's daylight saving time or standard time. So it would be less in daylight saving time, and be -4. It would be more if it was after we turn the clocks back.
Now, after, you see how there's this duration column?
Yes.
What does it mean if the duration is blank, and what, can you explain that for the jury?
It just depends. And so they're different records from Sprint. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, but it could be that it's a text message, but not always. Basically, you have the duration is the
So this is interesting because it sounds like, thank you, Caleb, for verifying that. It sounds like this is OG Bentley's phone and we have Woody's phone records as at all. It's drawn out, but he keeps having him explain how these reports work. I think I have a pretty good understanding of it. The jury's going to be lost, but at the end of the day, I want him to scroll down to the night of Nuts murder and I want to see what happens. Like that's what I'm waiting for. Hopefully we get to that today. We have just about an hour and a little bit over an hour of court time left, so we'll see. But I just want him to scroll down. That would be amazing.
the total time that it was connected to the network. You have the call type, which is a mobile outgoing call. So that's definitely a call outgoing, even though it has no duration time.
What does this, like, do you see call type that's highlighted?
Yes.
What is MOC, MTC? What does that mean?
So I just explained MOC is mobile outgoing call. MTC is mobile terminating call. So outgoing call would be outgoing from that record holder. Terminating would be a call that ended with the record holder. So it terminated at that number. And then it tells you basically in the next column, the directionality. So outgoing is out from the phone. Incoming would be incoming to the phone. If it was a call that went to voicemail, it would have an inbound portion and an outbound portion. It would have two portions, kind of like what I talked about earlier with the Sprint stuff and the routed thing. It would have two portions and it could say call forwarding, but it's forwarded to the voicemail platform.
And are the next columns delineating the calling number, the dialed number?
Right. And so you have the calling number, the number that was dialed, the called number, and the destination number. Typically, the called number and the destination number is going to be the same thing, but it could have like a 1 in the area code. It would show what was actually dialed in that dialed number column.
What is the IMSI, IMEI column?
So that's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity that coincides with the target number. It's part of T-Mobile's record keeping that correlates the record with the telephone number, the record holder, and then the IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment ID. That is the serial number essentially for the phone that's operating in tandem with the telephone number.
And what are these completion code? What does, you see how at the top, or I'll highlight it, it has abnormal completion. What does that mean or could mean?
So it's a call that was on the network, but it wasn't completed. It was not a completed transaction for
What are some
whatever
examples?
for whatever reason.
Understood.
It could have been that the call didn't go through. It was an attempted call, but it didn't complete. And then if it was completed, it shows on there, of course, completed successfully.
Is the answered column if the phone call was answered, unanswered?
Correct.
And is the service code, what, without going through all of them, what are some examples of what this service code column indicates?
Yeah, so like 11 is an example, like that the calling number was viewable, right? If it had a 12, it would be restricted. 2A means that it was a call that went to voicemail, essentially. And that would make sense because it wasn't answered, right? And so if it said 2B, it would be a call that goes to voicemail that was not reachable. It went to voicemail as well. And so all these different codes are in the keys to understanding information. So that help aid that is sent out, it's all broken down in there, as well as it would indicate the different columns and the information that's held within called detail records.
The disconnecting party, the party that ended the call, is that fair?
Correct, the calling party.
What, is there anything significant in terms of cell site tower information or call detail records from the service indicator or SMS delivery status column?
No, the specific is the switch that's given the switch that handled the transaction. And then it gives the information for that specific switch, the site ID that would go to the tower that is actually conducting the call.
And then you had mentioned, you see how it says switch name and then first LTE site ID?
Correct.
Is the switch name, is that correspond with where the switch that made this phone, the T-Mobile switch that made this phone call, or what does that mean?
Right, that's the switch that conducted the call. And then the site ID correlates with the specific tower information.
And then with this column that has azimuth, lat, and long, what is that the azimuth of or the lat long of?
The tower information.
That call used?
Right. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview. Generally speaking, cell towers are three-sided. So there would be three different inputs. You will see that on the Sprint side, but on this record, because it's included within the record, it's just showing the azimuth or the midpoint for that specific sector that the radio frequency bounced off of from that cell tower or antenna. Essentially, your phone just emanates a radio frequency, it bounces off this antenna, that's where it's received. The receiving antenna then shows the latitude and longitude. From that latitude and longitude, you would actually be able to plot where that tower was. It wouldn't give you the exact location of where that handset was, but it's going to give you the tower that received the call.
And is that type of information regularly kept in T-Mobile's course of business?
Yes.
Now, was there also some records that I had discussed, the business record certs?
Yes.
So I wanted to publish 520 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
What is the name, or let me ask you this, what are the last four associated with 520 Yankee Alpha? And I'm publishing that for the jury, Your Honor. 520 Yankee Alpha, sir.
It's the number ending in 8008.
Who is the subscriber name associated with this?
The subscriber name is Javaris Bradford.
And what was the account effective date for this?
So the account effective date is May 5th of 2014.
Who made this request?
The requesting party was Daryl Browning, or that was the that was the respondent. Hold on a second. It was David White with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney.
And when were these records for the 8008 returned to David White with the Fulton County DA's office?
June 13th of 2016.
And what was do you see that above the subscriber details column beneath the provided on date, that sentence where it has the search warrant? What was the date that this request was responding to?
It was in response to a search warrant that was dated on May 16, 2016.
And what is there at the very bottom for device details? what does the MDN effective date or MDN expiration date mean?
So for that specific phone was effective October 6, 2015 through December 5th of 2015.
And that phone model, what does that mean? BYOD iPhone?
Bring your own device, iPhone.
Understood. Now, do you have 521 Yankee Alpha before you?
Yes,
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
it's Sprint.
I'm publishing 521 Yankee Alpha, Your Honor. Who requested, or let me ask you this, what are the last four of 521 Yankee Sprint records of that cell phone?
The number is, last four is 3145.
And who requested these Sprint cell phone records?
David White with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
What was the date of David White's request?
Tell us what's in the damn record.
When did we send it out?
Correct.
It was June 25th of 2016.
And what is the name associated with this account?
The subscriber name is Monica Cobb.
And what was the date range for this request?
The date range was from January 1st, 2015 through January 31st of 2015.
When was this account established date?
The account, give me 1 second, was established on December 19 of 2003.
And was this prepaid or postpaid?
Give me 1 second. It was a postpaid subscriber, a billed subscriber.
And was call detail records with cell site requested?
Yes,
Was call detail records with cell site received by the requesting party, David White?
yes.
Now, would these call detail records and cell site correspond with the T-Mobile columns that we walked through?
Sprint?
Or sorry, my apologies. Yes, the first columns we walked through, the first Excel was Sprint.
Correct. They would have the same information just for a different telephone number. And so it would be in the same format as the other Sprint records that we looked at earlier.
Now, you also have before you 522 Yankee Alpha.
Yes,
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
it is T-Mobile.
I'm going to publish 522 Yankee Alpha for the jury, Your Honor.
Over an hour. Adkins, come on.
Now, who made, or what are the last four of this cell phone number requested?
The last four are 3904.
Who made this request?
The request was David White was the requester with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When did the records get returned to David White?
It would have been,
Or when were they provided, I should ask?
on June 13th of 2016.
Now, what was the subscriber name?
The subscriber name was Kendra Cohen, was the actual account holder. And the subscriber name was Young Money.
Is there any activation or cancellation with this account?
Give me 1 second.
Or let me ask this, when was the account effective date?
So The account effective date was December 26th of 2014. And then the account expired or expiration date was April 24th of 2015.
And what was the date range requested for these records?
It's not on this request. It would have been in the body of
Is that Little Woody's mom?
the search warrant.
With the call detail records associated with this, if we looked at the first the first row and the last row, would that tell us the date range of?
It would give you an approximation, right?
Publishing, Your Honor, 522 Yankee, the call detail records. Now, sir, can you see what the date is for the first call in these records?
It's January 5th of 2015.
Okay. And what is the date in column 614 to 615?
January 15th of 2015.
No, I don't think these are old addresses from 2015. And there are also burner phones that don't exist anymore. That's why I haven't been censoring as much. We could fight that if they do.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
How about no brief moment? Add and finish, unless you're going to connect the dots. I can't imagine being one of the defendants in the courtroom with nothing to do, and you just have to listen. Look at Huey in the middle of the Matthews table. He's just staring.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach with member of defense?
Information was asked for, data, and
Something like that, in these called T-Mobile records. And now, earlier I'd asked you about Sprint or T-Mobile records and not tracking different applications in these call detail records from Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, something like that. Why are they not captured in these records?
that's a form of data. And so this is the network information. If data information was asked for, it could show up in those types of records. But with the actual call detail records and cell site information, there would be no data involved in that.
And from 2015 until 2024 today, has there been any change in the towers that T-Mobile or what once was Sprint had? Have they increased, decreased, stayed the same in terms of towers in the network?
So the network's stronger now because we essentially migrated all the Sprint information into T-Mobile. There's not really much more I can say about that other than it's a stronger network now than it was when both companies were operating on their own.
Understood. And when we had discussed subscriber information, is there any reason that it says basic subscriber information? Is there any other type of records associated with subscriber information, or why is it referred to that way?
Yeah, so we can only give what is asked for. And so several years ago, Sprint had made a change that we would only give out the expanded subscriber information if it was asked for through legal process. And expanded versus basic is it would be the account details that has the social security number involved. Keeping that type of information in-house is a big deal. We don't want those types of things going out. And so we would only send that information if it was asked for. And so that would be the difference. So basically, if a request came in and it was basic, it wouldn't be the expanded subscriber information. So it wouldn't include the date of birth, the social security number. Like those would be things that weren't sent out.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, the next questions.
Woo!
Witness.
Lord. That was definitely over an hour. To Dell, because these my shoulders. Need some entertainment in this week.
Sir, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
Have you ever encountered your records showing a certain duration for a call, and then the call goes to a different provider's record? So it's calling from one phone, your company, to another company. You understand what I'm asking you for?
Yes.
And they different times for duration. Can you explain that to the jury, if you come across that?
So I don't really compare other carriers. There could be a slight variation, but I just mainly look at the records for my specific company, right? But there could be some type of maybe a minimal amount of time that's different.
What would be minimal? And we have an example.
Seconds, I don't know.
We're talking 10, 15, 20 seconds difference, or you're talking 2 seconds difference?
Like I said, I don't work for another carrier. I've worked for these two. If you're comparing phone calls, there could be some type of network reception. So it could be different depending on, you're talking about two different networks correlating with two different transactions, but it's the same, right? And so the way one carrier keeps their information could be slightly different than the other carrier. So I can't tell you why.
Okay. The azimuth, it's AZIMUTH, I believe?
Correct.
Can you explain what that is to the jury?
I can. So the azimuth is the midpoint for the sector. Generally speaking, cell towers have 3 sectors, and they would show the directionality of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of that specific sector. So basically the azimuth is the middle part of the sector. I kind of look at it like this. Like if you looked at a clock 12 is 0 and 360, right? On a compass. And so 120 would be at 4 o'clock. If 120 degrees was that sector, the midpoint would be 60. So that would be the azimuth. That's just one example.
How do you know in these records that you have just talked about, how do you know whether there's 3 sectors in these records that the jurors are about to see and get explained?
So on the Sprint records, they're on basically the list to interpret the information. It's all in there. The T-Mobile records just show the azimuth for that specific tower. So they're 2 different things, right? T-Mobile has it on the record. Sprint shows all the sectors on the key that coincides with the records.
Okay.
So the engineering aspects, that would be, you'd have to have the actual master list to see how that, for T-Mobile, how that orientation was, if it was multiple sectors or an omni antenna, which would be 1, right? So it doesn't discount what actually transpired because it shows on the record for T-Mobile.
And then my last series of questions on that clock example you just gave, with the 1, the 4, I don't know if you said, but the 8 o'clock would be the next one. 3 sectors. Is that fair to say?
If that's how that tower was oriented.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Explain that to the jury, because
Yeah.
it can rotate depending upon how the tower is built. Is that all true?
Right. So the sectors are, once they're made, they can be changed, but generally you're going to have one sector covering an area that's approximately 120 degrees. All 3 of them would make up 360 degrees, which would be the 0 and the 12, right? And so they're oriented differently depending on, I'm not an engineer. I just know this from everything that I've done over the years with these records, right? Over 20 years of working with these. But they're orientated for reception, population density, right? The way that they're set up is all predicated by that azimuth. And so that gives the midpoint for each one of those sectors. The records are only going to show the 1 azimuth for that specific tower that was the radio frequency was bouncing off of.
How do we know the rotation of that specific cell tower from these records without going out to the actual tower on the actual date?
Like I said, that's giving you the midpoint for the 1 specific tower on the T-Mobile records. On the Sprint records, it will show all of them.
Right, but the rotation, how the cell tower
It's not
itself-
rotating, it's staying in one position.
Understood, but when it's built, it could be different. For Tower 1, we can have a perfect clock with the first, I'll call it alpha.
That's right.
Well, let me just finish the question. Alpha between 0 and 4 o'clock, or 12 and 4 o'clock. Beta would be 4 to 8. Gamma would be 8 to 12. But on the
Generally speaking, that's how it'd be set up.
But on the next tower, it may be, and I'm making this up, 2 o'clock.
That's right.
Till 6 o'clock. I think I did that right. Would be the alpha, and et cetera. True.
That could happen.
Okay.
It's still going to be on the record.
Okay. Perfect. That's all. Thank you so much.
You're
Honor.
welcome,
Thank you.
sir.
Any other defense questions for this witness? No one? Any redirect?
Come on, Atkins. Diddy's not eating in jail, Indira.
When on cross, when you were asked questions about the azimuth and the data in these records,
Correct.
with the records from either Sprint or T-Mobile that we discussed, is there is the data needed to plot, is the location of the tower information contained in these call detail records with cell site information that we have?
Yes, within both carriers' records, right? Both Sprint and T-Mobile's information. The information is revealed for the latitude and longitude along with the azimuth for every pertinent call that was attached to the network.
With the records that were received back or
That's
provided?
correct. That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And is the latitude and longitude of the tower location contained in these records for either Sprint or T-Mobile?
Yes. So the latitude and longitude is there. You would have to use some type of mapping software to be able to see it on a map, but it does give the exact location of where each tower is located. As I spoke to earlier, you don't want to use the address that's there on the address line, because that could be an address that is utilized to locate the tower. It could be in a farmer's backyard. It could be anywhere, right? And so the lat and long is what you would need to use, as well as the azimuth to get the directionality. And then you would be able to see an estimation of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of, but it would give you the exact location of the tower.
Thank you, sir. No
You're
further
welcome.
questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Steele, based on that? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Woo!
And I think, given the time we're at now, and I'm sure people are wondering how hard it's raining outside since
Yes.
we're
Hurricane.
apparently potentially getting only Category 1 right now, but hurricane may be heading in our direction. We'll go ahead and break for this evening, and I have gotten word in the last little bit that a determination has been made to close the courthouse tomorrow.
Wow.
So we will not be in trial tomorrow, and I don't have any word for Friday yet. We'll get that information to you as soon as I know. If the courthouse is open, I intend to have trial on Friday.
I'm
But we'll let you know.
excited to have a day off, guys. Y'all have no idea. The jury is going home for the day. Listen, Atlanta does not handle storms very well. I'm from Boston. It snows up here all the time. We prepare days in advance. Whenever there's a nor'easter coming, we're getting ready. Let's see if there's any matters to take up after the jury leaves. Rachel, did they close the schools?
Is there anything for the record before we break for the evening?
Don't worry, Scooby, we've got a video.
Nope. All right, y'all please take tomorrow and keep plugging on all of the other aspects of this case that still need to be dealt with.
Aw, you guys.
And I will let y'all know as well as soon as I know what our Friday plan is.
They do, Rachel. We were talking about that. All right, so court is over for the day. Whew. What did we see? We saw a lot of things go down in the courtroom today. Little Woody completed his testimony. It was very long and drawn out. And then we had this T-Mobile man for a while talk to us about cell phone records. I was interested at the beginning because I thought that the reports were super fascinating. But the issue is they're fascinating to an extent. Like, okay, if you show me how it connects all these people's phones together and ties it full circle, that's one thing. But it sounds like these records custodians are really there to talk about just that. Records. So those are pretty tough to listen to. I think there's another one that's scheduled after this guy. So if we come back on Friday, that is what we will be listening to. And then hopefully they have other people. I mean, if I saw the news this morning, and like I said, like that hurricane is shooting straight through Georgia. So just know, I know a lot of you guys watch me from down there. So please be safe if you're down there. And all jokes aside, tomorrow we are taking a day off from streaming. But remember, we have a video in production that should actually be ready for tomorrow. And it's the deep dive into Rich Homie Quan, his life, his legacy, his connection to Young Thug, and his connection to this legal case. I put a lot of research into that one. It should have been ready a while ago, but that one is in production right now. It's cooking. So you will get a smidge of us tomorrow, right? So that's going to be pretty cool. Let me finish off with some supers. I think we were right around here. Shout out to Anna P with the $4.99. She says, I swear she's putting me to sleep. She always does. Thank you so much, Anna P. Always great to see you over here. Shout out to Michelle with the 5. Says, he doesn't trust or respect Miss Love. By the way, I got new t-shirt. You're making my brain hurt. Thank you. You guys are buying the merch. I'm so excited and happy to see that. As mentioned, I need to inquire on these dog bandanas. I did these crimes. I do need to check into these a little bit more and see what's going on with them, because this is for Luna. Luna's a 20-pound dog and it seems a little small. So I might pull those down a little bit for us to revise them. If you guys have any feedback, there are customer reviews. You can do that. You can always email my team. We check our inbox. Somebody cleaned the inbox today. So some of you might have received some responses to us that you've been waiting on. Thank you so much, Michelle. And I'm happy that you're enjoying your shirt. Shout out to Sam with the 2. Sam says she's not going to release him just to be spiteful. She finally did. I know Lil D is like really, really thrilled to be at home and be done with this whole thing. Thank you so much, Sam. Shout out to Hannibal the Conqueror with the 5. Says, need that no love for love t-shirt. That's a good idea too. So members, we might actually be doing some polling this weekend on some upcoming merch. Thank you so much, Hannibal the Conqueror. Shout out to Seamus with the 2. Says, love your dog. I lost my baby Bessie Smith in June. I'm so sorry, Seamus. You know, dogs really become our family members in a sense. I always think about that. Like sometimes I'm like, I don't know what I would do if something happened to Luna. She's only 4. Her breed, I believe they live until 25, but that's like the scariest thing. It's when you lose a pup. So I'm sorry to hear that, Seamus, but just know you're in our thoughts. Shout out to Brian with the 2. Says, now the judge is being biased. Always. Is that a surprise, Brian? Shout out to Anthony with a 5. Anthony says, no Little D, no benefit, expand. I think he wanted to say YSL is not a gang, hence not guilty. Maybe. I remember that coming up on Recross or Redirect. One of those things. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Logan with the 5. Logan says, I'm sorry, but Miss Love might be the worst attorney of all time. She's absolutely insufferable, and I 100% see why Brian didn't even speak to her anymore. Yeah, it gets bad when it's not attorney love or ADA love or, ADA love or Miss Love. It turns into lawyer love. It got pretty bad today. Thank you so much, Logan. Shout out to Kelly Kell, our favorite 2L in law school, drops a 2, says some objections were just disrespectful giggles. They were. And this is when Love was objecting, and you guys got it right in the poll. We were trying to see how what's it called? We were going to see how many objections there were. I usually give you guys a range. We did 0 to 20, 20 to 40, and 40 to 60. The ones that were in 40 to 61, I believe she was somewhere in the 40 range. So you guys did a good job with that. Thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Shout out to Real Talk with Retta's been with me for 16 months. Count it. 16. She says, this was also very cruel and painful. Thank you so much. And we have the hashtag, we have the lab coat and a white heart. Thank you so much, Red. I hope you're doing well. Shout out to Avenue Boy with the 5. Says, cut Love's damn mic off. Don't need to hear her damn giggles or breathing unless it's an objection. Yeah, she had a lapel mic on today, so it's very different from the game show mic that we're used to seeing, where you can like move the arm around. We weren't able to see that. Shout out to Joe with the 5. Joe says, AV, pull up Lil D's immunity signature and tell me that's someone who can't write. That's what I said, Joe. The DA's taking advantage of these young men. Totally agree. I said the same thing, Joe. I was just like, well, he had to read and understand the plea agreement and sign it. So I don't know. Thank you to Joe again. Shout out to Real Talk with Reddit with the 2. Says, so let's see how many times he says so. And that's when we transition to the very long drawn out witness that was just on the stand. However, you know, that's the thing with technical experts. They know their expertise backwards and forwards. So it's going to be tough to sit through that. But, you know, this trial is going on until March of 2025. So we've got time. We've got a ton of time. Thank you so much, Retta. Shout out to Vita with the 2. Vita says Thug is not a Siamese twin. Why is he responsible? Vita, I wish I was paying attention to when you dropped this. I have no idea what we were talking about at the time, but thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Nick with the 20 says, is it your testimony that I'm the dumbest DA of history ever? Is it your testimony that I'm the worst lay DA in history ever? And that's why I handcuffed you, bro. Wow, Nick is hardcore. Thank you so much, Nick. Really appreciate the 20. I caught this one when it came up. Critical Conversations HR with the 10 says, love the court coverage and content. Keep it up. We will. Our team is working really hard, and every day we're trying to get better and better and better and better and better. And that's what we're committed to. So thank you so much, Critical Conversations HR. Shout out to Kelly Cat with a 10. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. I said Kelly Cat. Kitty Cat. Thank you so much, Kitty Cat. Is that a shamrock? Are you in Ireland? Nope, there's a dollar bill or a dollar bill sign. So you're probably here in the US, maybe of Irish descent. Let us know. We love the Irish. Shout out to Nick again with the 5 says AV is running for Fulton County DA. This is her campaign announcement. Please write her name in the ballot and make Fulton County great again. Might have to do that. Thanks, Nick. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony back with another 2 says waiting for towers use or triangulation of phones. Me too. We were all waiting for that. And it would have been nice to see that because Little Woody's phones was bought up. OG Bentley's phone was bought up. And there was a woman's phone bought up. And I don't know if it was Little D, because remember Little D was mentioning that his phone was under his mother's name for a while. I thought that might have been the woman's name that we were looking at, but the address was based out of New York. So that was a little strange. I wish they explained that a little bit more. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Kelvin with the 2 pounds. He is across the pond and says they asked for records in 14 and 15 and made no arrests. That is interesting. But Sprinkle also asked for records in 2016. We noticed that too. Thank you so much, Kelvin. Shout out to the Anthony Peterson. Anthony again with 5 says AV went to the loo, the lavatory, court, the bathroom. Jurors were wearing adult diapers because they're stuck. They were trapped for a little bit. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 10 says merch t-shirt. B, you get no love. The state don't need love. Great job, AV. Respect. Thank you so much. Always trying to get better and do what I can every day. Shout out to Candy Yates with the 20. Candy says, hey, sis, rocked my I don't recall merch. You deserve the day off. I'm so excited. You have no idea how much productivity is going to happen in this office tomorrow. There are going to be so many things that get done. And I'm just really excited to get through that to-do list and continue to make this place a great place to be. Coming over to my Cash App crew, so many of you guys. Huge shout out to the person that wants to remain anonymous for good reason, who is your stream sponsor with a $600 Cash App. That is absolutely insane. And at the same time, I just want that person to know I'm really grateful. Respect your business privacy, and I'm really just happy that I have supporters that watch in the back end and really support the work that I'm doing. So thank you so much. Coming to Michelle with a 2. She says he is protecting his son. Who would not do the same? Oh my gosh. So that was the phone call we heard from Little D's father, between Little D's dad and the investigator. If you're watching this on replay and missed that part, please go back, because when we're done, I'm going to chop all this up. So that way there's nice, beautiful timestamps if you want to skip around and look at the court proceedings today, since we're going to be off tomorrow. And if you're watching this on replay, I really hope you enjoy that part. Thank you, Michelle. Shout out to Liz hits me with a 1. Liz says he understood questions doesn't mean he answered truthfully. Totally agree. Freddie hit me with the 10, says AV focus no matter what we say in the chat. Yeah, sometimes you guys get me in trouble. But it's okay. Thank you so much. Shout out to Liz with the 1, says Love was told to stay at the podium. She was. She told to stay at the podium and she just kept moving around? Well, that's the thing. I think that they know that she likes to move around, and that's why she has the lapel mic. But, you know, we heard it rubbing against things. Like we heard some of the side comments. We heard some of the laughs, all of those things. So interesting stuff. Shout out again to Roy, who is your, the shout out to Roy Wilson, who also hit me with a 10. Really appreciate you. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Coming to Terrence with the 2. Terrence says, Miss Love is Mojo Jojo. This is when we were talking about the cartoon. Somebody from Texas, the girl from Texas. Sorry, I don't remember your username off the top of my head. You know I love you. But she had mentioned the Powerpuff Girls, and this is another character, Mojo Jojo. Coming to PayPal, huge shout out. And I missed this when it came in, but she is in the banner. Shout out to Jennifer M, who sent me $100. Jennifer, thank you so much. She says donation to the AV7 podcast. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Very, very generous of you, especially a stream sponsor. I always love when women are supporting women too, as stream sponsors. You guys step out of the frame. It really means a lot to me because you guys know it can be scary out in these, out in the business world by yourself as a woman. But I really appreciate that other sisters are watching what I'm doing, appreciate what I'm doing, and supporting what I'm doing. So thank you so much. And you guys know I don't care about amounts. It could be, 99 cents. I'm shouting out your super chat. Like that's what's happening. Thank you so much. Shout out to Terrence with the 2. Terrence says, if you ever need any art, please let me know. Thank you so much, Terrence. I will keep you in mind for that. We're always looking to add folks to our roster of folks that we work with. Thank you so much. Coming to Bernard with the 10. Bernard says, thanks for breaking it down and co-hosting with the lead. Yeah, I got my start on Lead's channel, building my little channel that can or that could over here, and we're growing, and that's what matters. But huge shout out to Lead as well, taking some time off from YouTube, but he's doing his thing. Shout out to Haley, who hits me with the Venmo. Here's the thing about Venmo, guys. You have more character space to send me messages. So Haley hit me with a little paragraph here. She says, why is it that everything the loony love wants to produce as relevant is approved by the judge, and everything that the defense wants to present gets denied? Is this really just an example of our judicial system being unfair and imbalanced, or is this the right call by Whitaker? Well, that's the thing. It really depends on the day. Sometimes, I feel like she's the umpire. She has to call the ball and balls and strikes. Sometimes she's fair and balanced. Sometimes she's not. Sometimes we get a day where it's a mixed bag. Today, I think we had a mixed bag. It was mixed, right? But at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily call it a huge injustice. A lot of this is courtroom habits and behavior that she needed to check a long time ago and still lets it go on. If there's anything that's unfair, I think that's what it is. We talked about the scrambling and scraping. We talked about how the DA sometimes can have these long, drawn out habits that include, long drawn out answers to questions or redirects that last too long. Miss Love said that her redirect was only going to be 30 minutes. It ended up being an hour and a half. So if anything, I would say, Haley, that type of behavior is unfair. Scrolling up. I think that's it, guys. We have completed another episode today. Don't forget that your merch is available. I don't recall all those things. You can check them out in the Trial Watch merch store. I just said F it and gave you 20% off for the rest of the month. So pick anything up if you've been waiting for that. We will have that available for you. Tomorrow we will be gone because the courtroom is not, they're not going to be in court, but we have a video to produce for you guys anyway, so that will be dropping tomorrow. If you're a member, remember, please go to the community tab so you could help us with the production of our next video. I clip you guys' comments and include it in the videos. So if you want to be featured in our work, that would mean a lot to us. And we definitely want to thank you guys for your support, your subscribership, hanging out with me for hours on a day. And you have many other channels that you can go to. Many other channels you can go to, but you picked me, and I really appreciate that. That being said, y'all have a great night. I'm going to see you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.